Ah, my cat just sits. I don't know what she's doing. She's just sitting outside my room right now. I don't let her in because I'm allergic to her. But she's just sitting there. I don't know what she needs. Please don't come into my room unless you have express permission to. Last time I let you in, you threw up. Just please. How's everybody doing? What's up, guys? Yeah, the thing is, right, I let my cats into my room whenever we have people over because they're like, "Huh, people, I don't want to be next to loud places." And I'm like, "Okay, I'll let you in my room." And then I do this whole thing where I like cover my bed in my blanket, in this blanket that I don't use, so that after they leave, I can just pick the blanket up, throw it in the laundry basket, and I'll be like, I'll just wash that. And then my bed will still be fine. Last time though, last time I'm just chilling in my room with them because I'm like, I don't want to go downstairs either. So we're good. We're just gonna sit in here. I'm like lying on my bed, and I just suddenly hear heaving next to my bed. I look over, and something's happening, and I'm like, am I gonna be able to stop this? And I'm like, I've accepted my fate. So no. She did, and I cleaned it up. It was really gross. How's everybody doing? Stafford case. Today's Thursday, right? I'm not just like imagining this. It's happening. It's happened. I'm fucking telling you. Yo, track it. Track it every stream. Track it every stream. Fucking. How long does it take until I start the stream and click to the chatting screen, and when do I yawn first? It just happens. I don't know what's wrong. I clicked the button. I'm like, okay. And then I went to the bathroom and I was like, okay. And then I sat down, clicked this chatting screen. I'm like, my cat. And then I'm sorry, like, oh, you're tired. I don't know what's happening. It's annoying. Also, something's wrong with my nose recently. Maybe I just need to like take a second over some boiling water. But like it feels like super like stuffy for some reason. Wish it was Friday. Work kicking your butt, Work kicking your butt. Hey, it's okay. It's not Friday. It's not Friday. Sorry. If there's one thing on this stream that I don't condone, it's lying. But yeah, seriously, I don't butt kick, ass wiped, fully skidded. Oh yeah, something's wrong with my nose. Yeah, something's wrong with my nose for like the past like week. I don't know what's wrong. Hold on, give me 1 second. There's a no lying, yeah. Hold on, give me 1 second. Yeah, my nose is just being weird right now. I have a feeling I'm gonna sneeze in a second. It's not because my room is dry, is it? My room is never dry. I never open my window. It's usually a humid mess in here. I guess I have. It's really annoying though. It just feels like someone like put a nose plug up my nose. but like one that doesn't stop your breathing. It's just there. Yo, Sock, what's up? So I'm just ugh. This is not what I need today, man. Gotta play some Stafford case. But first we gotta talk. Real shit. Real shit talk. I'm broke, and I'm about to be even more broke in a minute. Okay. I'm going to be completely transparent. Hold up. I'm still trying to fix this thing about my nose. Just give me 1 second. Ah! 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 Hold up. Give me 1 second. Ah! Okay, we're good. Sorry. This is gonna be kind of gross, but I did the thing where you thin out like the tissue and you spin it in your nose, and something happened where it was like, oh, you're in a dilemma. Something's happening. My fight or flight kicked in, and I was like, shit. And I just blew my nose. So now we're all good, and it isn't there anymore. The donation link is mighty enticing. Don't do it. Don't do it. It exists, but only for you to go against my wishes. I love that dilemma. Just like, you could donate, and it'll be helpful, but like you'll draw my ire, you know? Especially if I know who's donating. Like, hey. You just like went down like 1 heart point with me. But yeah, it's fine. Shit, don't do this. But yeah, I've been ever since I finished the song, you know, yesterday was technically my first like actual like break day in like a week or two. Like 2 weeks, I think, yeah. And I just had time to myself, but what I ended up doing, right, I ended up starting I started a new thing that I wanted to do, and then I did an audition. The audition is whatever, you know, I won't talk about it because, you know, I think that's weird. Talking about what I'm auditioning for and being like, I really hope I get in, because, like, you know, rejection is 90% of this industry. But the project that I'm starting is I brought this up before. It was this TTRPG that I wanted to play, like this module. It's like D&D, but not D&D. The module that I want to do is a lot more I think in simple terms, it's very gamified. It's like very gamey. Like a lot of things, including like the personality of your characters, like it has like you pick traits from like a list. And I'm fine with that because it feels very like structured, and structured makes me feel safe. It's called a Cloudbreaker Alliance, right? And it's made by like a D&D dude on YouTube. And I'm like, I like the way this looks / probably gonna feel like. But you know, I'm not gonna, as a broke boy, I'm not gonna drop $25 on your book and be like, yeah, Cloudbreaker Alliance, and be like, man, I don't know if I like this. So I'm like, is there a way to test this out? The thing is, there's no like, the anime one? Yes. Yes. I'm not a weeb. It's very gamey, that one. Cloudbreaker Alliance, CBA. But yeah, I wanted to be like, maybe I'll do something with this, because I was like, it looks cool. I like the classes that are in the thing. You know, I also like the monsters that they provide and design. Like one of the free ones that they have on like their previews, like called like the Star Serpent. It's like a mechanical worm, ball snake. You watched over. Yeah. You know, I won't deny that. My favorite, I used to say my favorite anime used to be Shokugeki no Soma for the longest time, and then I was like, I don't know if I really like this. And I stopped. I stopped saying that I liked anime in general. But yeah, I wanted a way to, like, you know, test it, you know, and like, you know, like the boys be the players and I'll be like, okay, I'll just, you know, is there a way for me to see if this will click? And I'm like, oh, they give like free sample missions, right? And I'm like, okay, they give sample missions and sample characters. So I'm like, cool, we could just test these out. So I'm looking at the information, right? And I'm like, okay, well, everything for the mission is here, right? But the characters, they aren't like explicitly stated. So I'm like, oh man, where am I gonna find, like, because they have like traits and stuff that you just like write down, and then you're expected to know what they mean. And I'm like, damn, how am I gonna figure this out? And I'm like, oh, they have a series on there. They have a tutorial series on their YouTube channel. I'll just watch that because they have one for each sample character. And I'm like, okay, perfect. I'll just look at all the character sheets. I'll write down all the traits that aren't specified, and then I'll go into each video one by one and be like, okay, this is what this does. This is okay. You get 2 extra item slots. Okay, you when shouting, you get advantage on intimidation rolls. Cool, right? And I'm like, perfect. And I started doing that yesterday, right? I'm looking through the first video and I'm like, okay, this does this does this. 4 traits in. There's 2 traits left. They go into the last trait. I'm like, okay, this means advantage with like weapons or something, right? Cool. And then they stop. They just stop. They're like, there's 1 trait left on this character sheet, and they're like, so now that you know everything about this character, why don't we go into a combat like simulation? I'm like, what? Wait, tell me what the last trait is. I'm sitting there waiting, and I'm like, they're not saying it. It's crazy. They're not saying the last trait. What are we supposed to do with these empty words on this page now? And I'm like, damn it. And it's really irritating, because I was like, I wanted to be able to, you know, I want to be able to test it out and see if it's gonna click. Because not only is there like a sample mission, right? But there's actually 4 sample missions that they give, and I'm like, let's just run these, and if we like it, hold up. Excuse me. I knew I was gonna sneeze at some point. God help me. But yeah, there were 4 sample missions, so I was like, okay, that's fine. We can go through all these, and then if I like it enough, like probably by the first or second mission, I'll just start like developing stuff, right? I'll start developing a world or something, or a story, and I'm sitting there like brainstorming. But now I'm like, great, now we won't be able to feel this out to its full extent. And I don't know if people know this about me, but I'm like a 0 to 100 type of person. if I can't do something and experience something fully, in my mind, right? In my mind, if I can't experience something fully, I'm like, I don't want to do this, you know? Like I'm like, I don't know if I'm feeling this. You know, I'm not about to half-ass something. It's just not me. It's just something that's not in my, what's it called? Beliefs. So I was just like, I found it, I was like, ugh, 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 you know? Yeah, so basically what I have to do, right, is I have to buy the book, which is, I mean, like, it's fine, really. It 25 bucks for the book. I'm like, whatever. The digital book, fine. I'll pay it. It'll probably be worth it. Even if I don't even if you don't run it at all, like I'll like learn something from it and I'll be like, cool, and I'll apply it to other places. My only gripe with it, with CBA just in general, right, is when it comes to the what's it called? They have, it's on itch.io for you to buy it digitally, right? And when you look at the page for the book, you're like, oh, okay, so you have there's the book, but then itch.io, it has this thing, I never knew it had this, where you can like pay more to get like extra bits and pieces. And I'm like, oh, like DLC, right? So I'm like, okay, do I need this DLC? I'm reading the first DLC and I'm like, okay, tokens, maps, sample mission. I'm like, okay, map, creature icons. I'm like, okay, I don't need any of this, so it's like whatever, I can skip on this. And then like there's a second pack too, so I'm like, okay, let's read this. And I'm like reading, I'm like, okay, there's more tokens, maps, the sample missions. I'm like, okay, like maps for the sample missions, okay, cool. City maps, okay. New discipline, which is like a new class, and I'm like, you lost me, you know? You lost me. You're putting one class in the DLC? Crazy. You're limiting this to here? You kidding me? And I'm like, fine, whatever. One new class, and it's like, okay, what's the next thing? One new race, and I'm like, what? One new class and new race? You're DLCing it? It was really, it's really irritating when I was like, when I saw that, because I was like, no one knows enough about this game for it to have like a lot of like coverage. So like, I don't know what these things are. This race slash class, and I was like, god damn it, it was annoying. So now, and then my 100% kicks in, and I'm like, yo, if you only buy the book by itself, it's not gonna be 100%. And I'm like, you're right. But thankfully, actually, before, the thing about that, right, is it's DLC, so you pay extra, right? And I'm like, okay. The thing about the way itch.io works and the way the CBA does it on the main book page is like, they're like, hey, you can buy the book if you pay like 10, I forget how much, like $10 more? No, like $8 more. You'll get, was it $8 more or is it 10? It might be 12 actually. Somewhere around there, 8 to 12 or 8 to 10 actually, because I think it's cheaper if you buy it in a bundle. If you buy it, if you pay like $8 more, you'll get this number 1 bundle, which is all the stuff that I don't really need, right? And I'm like, okay. And if you pay, it's 25, so like it's 25, and it went to $42, so it was like 2, 7, 17 more dollars, which in my mind, I I counted that as doubling because it went from 2 to 4, right? So I'm like, you could get this, and I'm like, double the price for this? Are you kidding me? And I'm like, I can't do this. It's too much. It's too much. And I was like, fine. No, I didn't say fine. I haven't made the purchase yet, but I was like, God, this sucks. I'll just keep waiting. You know, I'll just wait and see if it's actually worth it. And then I'm like, I start like stooping around. I was about to fold when I was like, let me look at this guy's page and be like, is what else has he done? I look at his page and I was like, oh shit, he sells the DLC separately. So I'm like, I can buy the other class separately and it'll be cheaper because I don't want the first pack, but I want the second pack. And the way the main book page did it is that you have to buy the first pack to buy the second pack, but you can just buy the second pack separately. But it's more expensive if you buy it like that. But I'm like, whatever, I'm not gonna buy the first pack anyway, so it's cheaper. So that's what's on my mind right now. Hold up, I need hold up, give me 1 second. Sorry, I had to blow my nose again. I'm dying, man. I don't know what's happening. Not only do I get tired when I start stream, I also get sick apparently. But yeah. Honestly, big pain in the ass. But I just want to try it out again. Really, I do. Like DMing and like being able to create a world that's cool. Cool and like appealing to me specifically. I only care about myself in this situation. and I hope the other piece will be like, but it's mostly for me. But yeah, it was irritating because I was like, while I was working on Koala, I was about to say Panda. While I was working on Koala, during like my downtime and like my breaks in between working on it, that was like the thing. I was like, I want to work on this. This is something I want to do. And now that I'm able to like finally look into it, and I have time to finally like some time to spare while I do like other stuff. I'm blasted with, hey, this is different than what you thought it was going to be. And I'm like, this sucks. Tribe 9 will end service on November 27th. This game barely lasted a year. Holy crap, Tribe 9 is ending already? I think they're pulling the plug on that game too early. Really? I turned into a guy because holy crap. Tribe 9, for the people who don't know, is the game that the gacha game that Spike Chunsoft launched like back in February. It's been 3 months. They launched that game 3 months ago and it's already going under. Have they lost that much money on it? Holy. What's the point in launching it then in the first place? You might as well just made it like its own game, like not gacha, because that game feels not gacha. From what I've seen of it, it feels not gacha. Hold up, give me 1 second. I'm gonna go open my window. 1 second. 1 second. Give me. It started feeling hot in my room. I think the sun. Actually, no. It started feeling humid. Not because my window was closed for so long, because it's been raining for the past couple days, and now it's getting hot. So now I'm like, great. Let's put more moisture in the air and then let it get hot. You know, that's exactly what some people need. I hate it. Ugh. But yeah, CBA is cool because I like I like its art. I do like its art, and also like I think there are some cool like concepts to be made out of it. Cause first of all, I was actually watching that like playlist of videos that are related to it, made by the guy who made it. And I'm like, wow, this is very like, if you wanted to like MMOify your like your D&D, because it was very like everybody starts off as a class, but then you'll get another class, and then you're free in between like long breaks to like switch your class when you hit this certain level and threshold. And I'm like, wow. So it's not even gonna matter when it's not even gonna matter when you hit this level or something, from what I understood. And I'm like, I guess so, right? Because you could start out as like a what's a class in that game? Like a Spartan? I think a Spartan is one of them, right? I can just open up the list right here. I think a Spartan is one of the classes, and I'm like, oh, cool. You'll be a Spartan for like the first like 3 or 4 like levels, but then you hit like, was it level 3 or level 5 in one class, and then you could switch to another class, and then but you'll be level 1 in that class, but you could just be a different class as the same character, which is interesting. Can you do that in Dind? Can you do that in Dind? I think you can. It's just not something that's common. This game like encourages it. New class, new life form. How could you paywall this? How could you do this to me? But yeah, I'll think about this later. I still do like the idea of just. Oh no, Star Serpent? It's called Star Lizard. Look at those dudes. Those dudes are so cool. They're giant. I think that's the thing. Their scale is giant. Oh my god, they're in a place full of spider eggs. That I just noticed that. That is so ooh. That is so slowly realizing how much spiders don't freak me out, but they're like one of those like they're like an instinctual like to me. slowly but surely realizing like I don't have a phobia. I'm just like, scary. But then after a while, you realize that they're harmless, and it's like, okay, like that's the difference between like a phobia and just like being like just startled. Huh? You don't talk about phobias. I don't know why I was thinking about this last night. It was really, I had just gotten off a call with the boys because I was talking with Izu actually before I hopped off, and then I laid down on my bed, and I was like I was getting ready to close my eyes. I closed my eyes, and I was like, I don't know why, but it was just like a, hey, you wanna, what are you scared of the most? And I'm like, what? Was you like, I do the thing where you like you just start thinking about something until you drift off, but then I was just like, but then I just started thinking about like, hey, you're what do you not like? And I'm like, I don't want to think about this, but I just kept thinking about it. And I'm like, knives. You're so scared of them. And I'm like, don't stop. I don't. Is that how I got there? I don't know how I got there. And oh my god. I don't know how it started, but I remember it was like something about Twitter, and then something about I think I've said this on stream before, but like I've been getting like a lot of like tweets on my private feed, mainly because I don't follow anything there, about like glorified like self-mutilation, and I was like, don't do that. Even talking about it now is just like, I hate it. And then I was like, oh, and then I remember this cosplay picture of a girl, and she was like cosplaying an anime character, but she was in a bikini, and I'm like, okay, whatever, who cares? Well, I don't know. I was thinking about that at night, and I'm like, but the thing that I remember the most about it was that on her thighs, right, there were like scars, and I'm like, oh no, that's not good. And I'm like, I hope she's okay, But like, I immediately thought of that, and I'm like, and then I started thinking about like knives and just like, and like hood, like okay, here's the thing, me imagining like a blade run across like skin is such like a I hate it. Like literally, when I think about it, my wrists and my thighs get all like tingly, and I dislike it greatly. And I hate, the thing is, right, the thing about that is that I hate that I feel that way about this, because, well, not specifically when it comes to like knives and like slicing, and like when it comes to, whoops, accidentally cut myself, I'm like, I hate that I feel that way, because like self-mutilation is such like a serious topic, you know what I mean? And like, I imagine I imagine myself in a situation where, I might be like talking to someone, or I might be friends with someone, and then they suddenly, they feel comfortable. I don't know, maybe they're wearing like a sweater or something, and they take it off, and then I just see like marks of it, and I'm just, and my immediate reaction to that will be like, but that's not out of like, what's the word? It's not out of like surprise or shock, and like, well, it would be out of concern, but I wouldn't want to make like a giant deal out of it. You know what I mean? Because if it's anywhere like near that kind of situation, right? I'd be, they be comfortable enough with that. I would be you know, how I react would be really like jarring, right? Because then they'd be like, fine, maybe I won't. And then I'm like, no, it's not like that, you know? It'd be misunderstanding is what I'm trying to say. Right? And I'm just like, no, it's just, you know, is like, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, everybody struggles, and you know, if you need help, I'm glad to help you. Or if I'm already helping you, you know, I'm glad that that's established. But it's more of like a like an instinctual thing for me to be thrown off, not by the fact of that, but the being of a knife, some sharp object against skin, and you know what I mean? Like it's sorry, I like it is such like a deep topic, and but it's one of those where I'm just like, I hope for my sake and for the if the other person exists, right, the other person's sake, that doesn't happen, because I'm just like, even as I like wear my gloves, I've said that these gloves are tight. I'm wearing them right now. I said that these gloves are tight, but like I'm like lifting them up and looking at my wrist and like pulling them up off my wrist because of it. It's so truly, if I have a phobia, it's that. I also started thinking about, I think actually one of the main reasons I started thinking about it was actually because of my brother got my, I think I've talked about this before. My brother got my mother like a new knife for the kitchen, and my dad loves bringing up the fact that he's cut himself on every single knife, including the cleaver, and I'm like, I mean, you know, I'm glad you're joking about it and you keep bringing it up, but also like, come on. And then whenever they bring up to use that knife, I'm like, just don't. It's like really sharp, so just be careful. Like it'll do damage. And you know, like recently, like I'd say like yesterday, I was watching my mother use the knife, and then she did this thing where she was cutting something on the cutting board, right? And then she had to itch like the back of her head, so she used the hand that was holding the knife while holding the knife to scratch the back of her head with her finger, and I was like, stop, you're waving it all over the place. It's it's so I hate it. And my brother likes to make fun of me for it too, and I'm like, shut up. He likes poking at me because of it, and I was like, he was like, time to get over it, Hase. And I'm like, no, I find this extremely rational, and I will not care for what you have to say about it. I never say something like that, because I find it mean. I find saying stuff like that, like, I don't care what you have to say. Like, I don't like saying it because it's mean. Ugh. What the fuck? Hold up. Sorry, I got distracted with something. Because ooh, that is a touchy topic. Sorry, yeah, I was looking at something on my YouTube. I won't look at it anymore. I'm sorry. Don't talk to me about knives though, or like cutting, or I needed like a quick second to debrief after that, just because of how it was. Man, your stream is so quiet. Is it? Oh, but God. Ah. What else is there to talk about, man? There's one other thing that I was thinking about recently. Oh yeah, I like took a nap yesterday. I almost thought I wasn't gonna fall asleep for the stream today. I was talking to Izu about this last night because we stayed up until like 2. He was like, "You way higher than other videos." Here's the thing, I'm like almost peaking on my side. You know what I mean? Like as I'm talking right now, I'm basically hitting my limiter. Maybe my audio setup is just a freak. I don't know. I feel like I have this issue too, honestly though. Not with my stream in particular, but just with my whole setup. Like, I have to turn my things all the way down because everything is too loud for me. Maybe that affects it. I don't know, but like the stream, I'm pretty sure it's fine. Like, even if I don't trust my computer, I trust my phone, right? And I usually check my stream on my phone every once in a while. It would blow out my eardrums. It might be a streamer thing. Honestly, it might be a stream thing. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a stream thing. I feel like people tend to be a bit conservative when it comes to audio and streaming. Like, oh man, I watched, who was it? It was like a giant VTuber. It was a giant VTuber that was streaming on YouTube, and I was like, why not? Why don't I just click on it? And I clicked on it, and her audio was so like, it was so bright, if you know what I mean by that. It was so like, the way she EQ'd her mic, it was like almost piercing how like bright it was. I couldn't even, it was almost like I couldn't listen to it. Like she like high shelved the frequencies above like 3,000 by like 6, and I was like, oh, whoa, which threw me off. And then second, I noticed how loud it was, and I was like, wow, this is extremely loud. Like, and my setting, my audio for at the time was normal, so I'm just like, well, normal for me, like when I listen to it. So I'm just like, damn, you just crazy. She's the only person I've seen done that. Everyone else I usually see when I stream or when I watch a stream is like, their audio tends to be on like the lower side and like the muddy side, because people don't know how to edit audio. I don't know if that's mean to say. Some people just don't. I'm lucky enough to be in a position where I just test things out constantly, whether it be mixing or on here. But yeah. But at the same time, man, streamers. Do you watch any other streamers? I'll be frank. I know. I think I bring this up a lot. on the stream, mainly because of how ass backwards it is. But I was recently reminded of this. I really don't like watching streams that much. I don't like watching streamers like at all. Like watching not like I don't like streamers the people. Like I think streamers like they have their place and they make content for people. But like I prefer like I don't like why. But like I don't like just like there's something about like sitting there for like 6 hours and being like, man, I can't wait for this to. Maybe I just don't get the appeal, or maybe I just haven't met or watched a streamer that I really like, you know. But like watching a streamer, especially if they stream consistently, is such a time sink. Yo, I'm like turning into like my #1 hater. This is like the list to now why not to watch Hase Utahara. But like I should be doing something for diet. No, I mean you should you? I mean you can. I'm not gonna stop you. And I know people use like streams as like, now that you say it, like people use streams as like a background thing, right? I'm done with product. Good job. But yeah, you know what I mean? I don't know if you know what I mean because you're watching the stream, right? But I like sit down, I watch a stream, and then I'm like, they stop doing something for a second, and I'm like, you've lost me. Maybe that's it. Am I too a zoomer brain? I'm not a zoomer though. Wait. No, wait. Is zoomer a combination of boomer? Boomer and Z? No, I'm not that old. But zoomer means like they're ahead of the time. So I thought that was like early Z. Young Z? What's after Z? Eh. But like, yeah, I don't. That's what I think. I think streaming for me is like such like a test it as it goes kind of thing, because I don't watch other streamers. Like I know there are people who run their streams like shows. I know that there are people who have like scripted bits for their streams sometimes, you know. And I also know that people just like stream to stream to hang out. But I hear all this and I see all of it, right? I click into streams just to be like, I wonder what they're up to. And I'm just like, man. This is it. You know? Like, here's the thing. I would feel that way about my streams too. You know? Honestly, I feel that way the most about my streams. That's why I'm constantly trying to fill at least like the auditory space. Visually, I don't provide much. Have you seen this layout? I got a dodo with a captain hat, a frog, and Corey. Hi Corey. And Robbins. Hi Robbins. Robbins is my goat. But yeah, like not a big stream watcher. And like if I had to like support someone, or like if I had a way that I became a fan of someone, it's through their like music. It's through music, or like if there's a very specific and funny clip. I do like some clips. Too bad I don't like clip my own stuff. I'm not funny enough to do my own clips. I'm also editing. Editing isn't annoying. I find editing. I find editing kind of fun actually because you just see a video come together and I'm like, oh, but I want to do this, and then you actually do it, and it's like I'm making a contribution, you know. And I think it's nice. The actual annoying part about clipping is one, or like making videos in general, really, is one, if you have no ideas for what to do next, you're kind of like stuck in like this feels empty kind of like limbo, you know. And it's just like I don't, what do I do now? Is this it? And then you sit on it for like 3 months and you're like, this is it. Like it's either that or it's either that or what was the other thing I was going to talk about? Or looking for assets. That's what it is. Fuck looking for assets. Assets that I'm allowed to use is such a tedious pain to look for. Nothing has ever felt more like schoolwork than looking for assets for a video. And it's at that point I'm just like, I don't know if I want to do this anymore. Really. After I'm done melting into my chair. Are you slowly turning into your natural state? Goo. He's transforming. I find the process of looking for assets really relaxing. No, I find it really annoying. As soon as I have to like open up like another thing to look for something, I'm like, oh God. You know? I find like the messing around with editors and like learning new stuff about how to use them. The enjoyable part of editing. You can usually filter for royalty-free stuff. Yeah, I guess you can. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you definitely can. But it's just... there's like something in my brain that like... There's something in my brain that's so like... Really? You have to go and look for more stuff? It's like, yes. You have to do file management? Yes. You gotta put everything into this file? Yes. Oh, is this here? You sorted everything out, but you still can't find it? Yes. I find that really tiring. Because usually I work tired. I always work tired because I'm tired always for some reason, right? And as soon as I find something like troublesome, I'm immediately like, you want to lay down in your bed right now. And I'm like, yeah, I do. I want to so bad. and then the project that I'm working on goes into like backburning hell, right? And it enters a pile of things that need to be cooked. But I don't feel like cooking them. Truly. It's truly a cycle. And I do find it extremely annoying. Maybe frank. Annoying. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh. There's something else that was on my mind, too. Oh, yeah. I took a nap yesterday. It was my first nap in a while. But as soon as I woke up from that nap, I noticed you're hate watching. You're, are you a hater? Are you trying to draw my ire? I miss them, man. Yeah. It's the fact that they're gone is what you hate, right? Hey, man. Happens to the best of us, you know? But the thing is, we're the ones who messed it up. Not us specifically, but goddamn, my people were hunted. My peeps. I was a lonely dodo. They would have made perfect pets. That's true, yeah. Yeah, I never thought about that. Keeping dodos as pets, right? You can, basically. I don't know if they're smart enough to learn anything. Maybe. They were really docile? Yeah, that's why they were, like, easy. Right? I wasn't docile, though. Actually, no, I don't remember. It's a entering lore bit. I don't remember anything from back then. Should I make... I talk about a redesign a lot, too. But, like, should I just make, like, a lore? Slowly write the story of Hase and why he exists? Nah, that's a lot of work. Hase existed as just a guy with gray hair character, and then he evolved into a dodo, and then because I didn't think enough about those things, he was attributed to femboy. Which is... Am I... I'm glad you say that, but... Really? Like, it's so, like, I made Hase in a Picru, and then I was like... And then I'm like, I should have... You know where Dodo comes from? It wasn't, like, anything to come with, like my name. Like, I was still Hase back then, and I still looked the same as I did then. The only thing that made me be like, I'm a Dodo now. Fuck it, you know? I was on Twitter, and I was trying to be more active there, and I was like, gosh, what's something that'll make me stand out on Twitter? Oh, let's have an Oshi mark. And if you don't know what an Oshi mark is, it's like when people attach, like, emojis to their name, or it's when a VTuber or, like, someone in that community attaches a set of emojis to themselves, and then other people, like their fans, if the VTuber or someone is their quote unquote Oshi, who is like your fan favorite, basically, who is your favorite, right? You would attach their Oshi mark to your name, and then everybody who saw that would be like, oh, you're a fan of this person, you know? And I was like, gosh, I should have one of those for myself. YouTube is censoring. They know it's an insult towards me. Try twice. YouTube is getting you, man. YouTube doesn't like femboys. YouTube. I know I don't like being called it, but you can't. That's a group of people right there, YouTube. What about those content creators that promote themselves as femboys? What are you gonna do about them? Yeah, the fact that I ran into that person that is like femboy VTuber that one time, I was like, basically, they're their own they're their own group with their own ideals. They basically have their own religion too. Yeah, but the fact that I ran into someone that promotes themselves as a femboy VTuber is still like crazy in my mind, because I'm just like, it's gonna sound like I'm judging, but like I'm like, whoa, I mean, if you're fine with it, sure. But I'm just like, look, man, I just want to be a dude. And as someone who wants, and as someone who is nowadays constantly being associated with the term, I just want to be a dude. Wait, you aren't? No. I'm not. A dodo I am, but a femboy tis am not. Thine art not. Why are you watching? Yeah, why are you here? Yeah, go listen. Go watch those other streamers as they moan in your ears. You won't find any of that here. You won't find any of that stuff here. You'll only find you only find me. Yo, that's exactly what they do. Yo, you think those people who promote themselves as femboys, I don't know if I'm gonna be like, if I'm gonna get in trouble for this, right? But you think the guys, or yeah, the peeps who promote themselves as femboys do not know what is associated with that word, and then want to expand on that? It is like the next step in like, I'm a femboy YouTuber or femboy VTuber, and guys, stop. 160, yeah, I do, and any one of them can make a whole Google docket just for me, and it'll be like. It's just like, you know, I'm just like, oh, I might be like going, might be going over my role right now, but it you know, you feel me? Like, how are you gonna promote yourself as a femboy and then not do more to appeal to like the fetishists in the world who may or may not like femboys, and whether they like to be fetishists or not is all on them, because I'm not one to make that decision. But that if I was in that position, that's what I would do, but I am not. Look, man, femboys do femboy things. That's why I don't do them, because I'm not one. It's like those dudes that like post like shortless shorts on their Twitter, and then they use that asset where it has like the leash. It has them like an arm holding a leash, and it's assumed that the leash is on the viewer. Shirtless shorts. I think, did I say shirtless shorts? Damn, these. Is that not just wearing nothing? They could be, but you know, you only see the top half of a VTuber, so you'll never know. Damn, he got no shorts on in this short. He's naked. Ban him. Or like the videos of just VTuber ladies with a cup size bigger than a C, doing the most up and down movements while they're talking about some like world issue. Oh, yes. Yes, YouTube shorts, as in like TikTok, like short videos, vertical videos that people post on like Twitter and stuff. Shortless short. Yo, I got these pair of shortless shorts. They go crazy. I'm about to wear them to the beach. To me, you just said pant. Yeah. Okay. No, yeah. I meant like short videos. Remember these shortless shorts. These they're gonna be. They're gonna be the tightest shit at the beach, yo. Everybody's gonna be oogling me. It'll be crazy. But yeah, you know what I mean? Like, you know your audience. Femboys. Buff men. VTuber men. Ladies. VTuber ladies. You know your audience. And I don't judge you for appealing. We got bills to pay, you know? You got bills to pay. It's all good. No judgment from me. And this is very, very real. I'm being very... I said that, and now it sounds like I'm faking it. I'm being very real. Do what you gotta do. But also, like, that ain't me. That ain't me. I'm glad you're comfortable enough. You got 160. I'm reading that again. I did hit 160. Posting that video, I keep wanting to say panda. Posting koala helped me hit 160, which is fun. Bless up. It's definitely encouraging. I still don't like the song though. Unfortunately, I don't like my version of the song that much still. If there's one saving grace about Koala, it's the fact that it sounds like kind of decent if you play it over speakers. It doesn't sound good when you play it over headphones though, unfortunately. Oh man, it's 1:11 already. Alright, gamers. It's time for the part of the stream where I don't talk about anything. The staff for case. The staff for case. Oh, you're playing on staff for case. Dropping the best stuff ever. Yeah, it sucks that happens. You see someone really something really good, and then the next tweet they have is like, I have imposter syndrome, and I'm like, what? It sucks, really. I feel like I know too many people that are like that. I think boys kind of like that. Don't be a boy. You. Yo? Oh. You. Yo. I am a bunny, though. Really? I had no idea. Don't be a bunny? Are bunnies stupid? It kind of checks out. Are bunnies stupid? Are bunnies known to be dumb? Or are they talking... Wait. Or are they talking about, like... Are they using that as, like... Hold up. Let me search it up. I don't want to say it. Unless I know 100%. Because they referred to, like, women as bunnies back then, right? Like, people call... What's a snow bunny? Hold up. hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Or I hope I did. No. You know, I'm not gonna like hold it against you, right? But I'm just like, I'm curious. I'm like, I mean, it was the 1920s, right? I mean, some kind of something like that existed back then, right? Call them ankles. Okay. Okay. Ugh. Whoa. And to be on a nut was to be broke. Am I on a nut? No, I don't want to say it like that. Actually, no. I don't. No one's on a nut. No one's on anyone's nuts. I shouldn't have said that. That one just came out. I searched up what snow bunny means. The thing is, I only heard that term recently, and I didn't know what it meant until just now. You gotta say it with 20s suaveness. Yes, yeah. Yeah. Lassie over there, she's a bit on the nut. Say, pal, I don't mean to be rude or anything, but you want a nut? Just like that's not offensive, is it? I assume it isn't. Just like what? Oh shit! I thought that was empty. What group of people? What accent is that? I was gonna say group of people. That would have been wild. It's like early New York, right? That's what I think when I think of that. Beezer means nose. Hey, you got a little snooze on your beezer. And maybe Italian? Yeah, I was like New York Italian. Huh. Hey, pal. You gotta be got some of that good stuff on your beezer. Like whacking. I know whacking is one of them. It's such like a dumb like it's so dumb. Because we associate whack with just like a little smack. And it's used by kids mostly. Or it's used and associated with kids. And go whack this guy. Hey boss, I'm gonna go whack this guy. You know a little whacking. Okay. Let me tie up my hair. And then we'll get started with the game. I really don't like this new hair tie I've been using recently. The giant bow on it is obstructive at best. Actually, as we were just talking about my sub count, I just got a new one. I'll do this live on stream because your profile is public. Thank you, MH Mations and Art Productions. I appreciate it. I just got the notification for that. I appreciate it. But yeah, let's play some Stafford case, yo. Oh god, actually before we talk about this, hey, you remember this screen? That's right, I'm a scholar. I graduated with a degree in judging. Last time we played Stafford case, we played The Wizard's Room, which was Brian's story, and spoiler alert, I like Brian's chapter way more than I remembered. I actually probably like him more than Thena's, honestly. Because I think Brian as a character is just someone I just misunderstood at first. I didn't get. But now that I replayed it, I get him now. And I think he's a good character that's presented well. At least at this point, right? Chapter 3, haven't played anything else. I think he's a more likable character than Thena. Which is unfortunate, because I do really like Thena. But yeah, I won't talk about it too much. If you want to watch that stream, you can go watch that stream. Honestly, do you have to watch the last stream to watch the stream? I doubt it. I feel like in terms of the actual game, that case had a lot less bearing. But yeah. Brian's chapter was last chapter, and I'm pretty sure this chapter will be Redfin's. So we'll be seeing a lot more of her. Which means a lot less of everyone else, unfortunately. But, you know, that's just how things be. If you want to watch the last chapter, though, you can go watch it in the last stream. If you don't, and you just want to watch the stream, go for it, man. I don't think that... if you want my personal opinion, I would prefer to watch the last stream before this stream. But I don't think it's necessary. Rub out. Yo, boss, I'm gonna rub out this guy. I'm gonna go blow this guy a new one. I like bump off. I like bump. Bumping is cool. Yo, bump this guy. This will get bumped. This is chilled off. I haven't heard that one. Croak. Yeah, I've heard that one. How do you say the last one? Zotst? Zadzd? This guy's about to get zotzed. But bumping, it is cool. Bumping's cool. Unless I don't know a bumping Urban Dictionary. It just means to kill, right? Yeah, like a bumpin' party. Oh, yeah. Bump, bump, an onomatopoeia phrase used to shout out when one has a... What the fuck is this? I've never heard this. What the fuck? Don't bump. But if you are gonna bump someone, at least call it bumping. I would never say that. Someone shouldn't be killed just for how objectively attractive they are. And really, what is objective about attractiveness? Unless I don't know what uglies mean. Then bump the uglies, you know? Ah! That has a different meaning? Wait! Hold up. Hold up. Hold. I'm searching it up right now. Urban Dictionary. Friend, where are you? Ah. Oh, huh? Come on, baby, let's go get some pizza and bump uglies back at my place. That's such a grotesque way of saying that. Are you kidding me? Wait, this definition is so funny. What? Bumping uglies. This is gonna be 18 plus. Don't listen to me. If you're not over 18, stop. Turn it off right now. Bumping uglies when two women rub beef curtains is crazy. Why would you call it that? Why would you call it that? That's crazy. Holy crap. Why would... Why? Okay. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. I'm sorry. That's... Oh my god. That is... That's too hot and spicy for me. I'm sorry. It's so gross. Like, if I know I'm laughing about it and I think it's really funny right now. But like, I'm gonna think about it later in like context and I'm just like, that is the grossest thing. If I couldn't be more grossed out by this idea, then, you know, I don't know if bumping uglies is the thing that's gonna make me be like, I like this. Behind the 8 ball is a fun slang phrase. I like billiards. I'll play a couple billiards. I watched a video recently where it was just cats on a billiard board. Cats are like strangely attracted to like just being on like a billiard board, pool board, table. That's the word. If a place has a cat, that cat is on the pool table and it is chasing them balls. Let's play the game. Let's play the game. I already said what I had to say. We got to get started on this new case. You're in a difficult position. No. It's okay. It's okay. No one watches these streams anyways, all right? This is a joke between only the most dedicated Hase viewers. Ain't that right, Hase viewers? Oh, you mean the phrase goofball? Oh, okay. Yeah. That is true. Being behind the 8 ball is a bad thing. You was right. Oh, hold up. Should I keep my light on? I keep my light on. I'm also gonna do this real quick. It's been sitting here all day. Or not all day. Since I started the stream. And I haven't opened it. Alright, gamers. This is the part of the stream where I shut up. Also, lots of name for detectives. I'm not surprised. I feel like detective is such an idea that's attributed with like that old time. Also, this game takes place in like the 1960s, so a lot of detective stuff, mainly back then. Where are my new age detectives at? Sorry, they're being overworked at some kind of precinct on some nonsense case. Safe crackers, like opening safes. The name Mithril Rutgers, skill severance protection, threat level Oppenheimer, like the bomb. Wait, not the bomb. The person who made the bomb. Wow, I really don't like the fact that my light is like, it's like blaring on me. Hold on, give me 1 second. Okay, this is better. Yeah, I didn't like the yellow light of my room light, so I just turned it off and opened my window. Curtains, I mean. That girl's skill separates her body from any damage that may be done to it. No bullets can break her skin. Toxins move straight through her, not affecting her in the slightest. Her skill is activated subconsciously, remaining awake even when she sleeps. To put it in a word, her skill makes her invincible. So let's get right down to business. How did Miss Mithril die? And also, how did it happen inside the cell she was locked in? Let's see how long this stream takes. We starting 30 minutes late. Sorry, we're talking about too many other things. Would you like some more? Yes, thank you. No, is this that black tea you're drinking today? It is. Seeing you drink it all the time, Sergeant, got me curious about the taste. Is that so? Would you like some more too, then? No. In the end, it's coffee for me. Showing your true colors. Showing my preferences, to be more precise. Look at you. Really opening up. Truly. How long has it been since we were able to put down the paperwork and enjoy a spot of tea? That's all thanks to Note's arrival and the dramatic increase in the speed in which we solve our cases. We don't have a single case in our backlog, and the last few days have been nothing but peace and quiet. Do you think we might even be able to take Christmas off this year? Wake up from whatever dream you're in. I've never seen a Christmas pass quietly in London. Last year, Santa Claus was wedged in between the bells in the square. And the year before that, there was that incident where a nun was turned into a tree ornament. And 3 years ago, that bloke dressed as Rudolph stabbed the person to death with a candy cane, yeah? Can I really keep living here? But we finished up that investigation pretty quickly, and the four of us were able to celebrate. We went straight to Johnny's secret spot. Who's Johnny? What's going on? Why the sudden mood shift? John Madan. Two years back, he was a detective here at the Men Affairs Division. I see. Seems like he worked here before me. What's a snooper? Am I snooping all over the place? Am I doing just a little bit of snooping? Am I doing research? Yeah, I know Dick. Yeah, Dick is short for Richard or Gumshoe, right? Gumshoe. Yeah, I remember Gumshoe. Op. Oh, they're sending the ops after me. Peeper? Local peeper here. I be peeping all over the place. Ready to solve your next case. Ah, that's what you are. Seems like you worked here before me. They all seem reluctant to give me any details, though. Did something happen to him? You're here. Ah, shit. Hey. Who's this? Who's this now? The chief? Sarge? Please tell us what business you have here and be on your way. No time for jokes. You've been summoned. The Underground called. And they asked for the Man Affairs Division by name. Underground? This place has a basement? What? We should be running. Detective Thena? Everyone, make it for the front door if you want to live. Ah! Calm down. Pull yourself together. There's no use running for the door. We should break through the window and make our escape instead. Ah! I don't want to die. Oh, is this really curtains for us? Even Detective Brian's worked up about this. What sort of place is this underground they're talking about? The Bureau's grounds floor manage and control the phenomena that happen out there in the world. And we try to reduce any shockwaves that it may cause. However, the work of the ground floors is nothing but a show we put on for the normal folks out there. The real Bureau business happens in the basement floors. And, what real business might that be? I guess some human experiments and the like. And the like? Only the people in the underground know exactly what goes down on there. And no one goes down there and returns to the ground floors. I mean, the last part's just a rumor. But a long-lasting rumor that has its roots in truth. So what does that mean for us now? We savor this cup of tea. Because it may be our last. And just as I thought, I should have had a coffee. I've come to underground. I don't know what voice to give you. I know who you are. I forgot you existed, but I know. I've come to escort you underground. Please follow me. Ah! They're here! You'll never catch me. Wait, rather than pointlessly putting up a fight. Don't come my way. British. Why me too? This is Mari. I restrained the three who are resisting. I need 3 men to carry their unconscious. Will I only need 3? Yup. Requesting 3 men. I'll lead the rest of them downstairs. I'm gonna slowly remember this case bit by bit, because I don't remember it fully. Who are you? No need to get too friendly. Just call me M. You said Mari before, you know? Call me M. Well, Miss M, why are you taking us to the underground? The underground is where we house the facility that manages our Oppenheimers. I'm the guard down there. Today there was an incident in the facility. Your division will be investigating it. Oppenheimers? No, you've memorized the threat levels set for the phenomena, right? Yes, yeah, there's unarmed for the people who are viewed as harmless. And after that, we have Bowie, Colt, and Estienne from lowest to highest, right? That's right. Out there, people think that Estienne is the highest threat level. But in truth, there are 2 levels higher than that. One threat level higher than Estienne is Oppenheimer. Oppenheimers pose a threat at a national level. Thus, it's the Bureau's job to capture the Oppenheimers and isolate them from the rest of society. That's probably where we're going. To the facility where they keep the Oppenheimers locked away. I see. Then, what's the next level up? The next level? You just said that there are 2 levels higher than Estienne, didn't you? What's after Oppenheimer? I said nothing in the sort. Huh? You did too. Did not. What are they trying to pull? You two should really be getting ready for this next part. From here on out, I'm gonna have to blindfold you both. Okay. Note, the threat levels are named after the people who dreamed up of those weapons. The last threat levels was named after the man who created the nuclear bomb. You know what that means, right? I just want to tell you one thing. Don't think common sense can make heads or tails of anything you're about to see. Um... I'm dead. You see that? I'm so dead. Well, Redfins is an Estienne. You're scary, lady. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm dying. Bureau Underground area. 1960. 12/24. It's Christmas Eve. Here you are. An Indian black tea called Assam, grown in the Bureau's certified tea garden. Could you hand that one to me, please? Hand that one to me, please. After that, we've got coffee made from beans ground in strict conditions down in Panama. That'd be for me. Thank you. Finally, 5 gallons of tap water. That would be for our friends lying here, please. Yeah. Is this heaven? Oh, Lord. They all deserve to die. Thina. Huh? Pandy? Of course, I'm in hell, aren't I? What's that supposed to mean? Where in God's green earth are we? The Bureau's underground section. This is the underground, but it's so bright. Well then, here we have the space reserved for the Oppenheimer staffers. In order to keep their stress levels to a minimum, we tried to reconstruct it to be as similar to the ground floors as we could manage. Oppenheimers? There were Oppenheimers under our feet this whole time? I guess the chief knows a little about what goes on down here. It's as the chief says. This facility was built to manage the staffers who had designated the threat level Oppenheimer. They summoned us down here to investigate a murder that occurred in their facility. A murder? Inside the Bureau? That's right. Let me fill you in on what Node and I have learned. Interesting. At the time of the murder, this facility had 4 people with the threat level rating of Oppenheimer. The victim was one of those 4 people, a woman who went by the name of Mithra Rutger. Rutger was found dead inside her private cell at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The cause of death is currently unknown. The problem is Rutger's skill, severance protection. Her skill disconnected her from anything that would have caused her bodily harm. Moreover, the skill was triggered outside of Rutger's will and knowledge. In a word, she's invincible. Despite her skill, yet despite her skill, Her body was found within a tightly controlled facility. The whole situation seems impossible through normal means. Our prime suspects are the 3 Oppenheimer-ranked staffers who were kept alongside her. Since they carry skills with the threat level of Oppenheimer, they may have made the impossible possible. Our job is to meet each one of them and find out which one is able to harm Mithril. That is why we were brought down here. You there, guard. What sort of joke are you lot trying to pull? Consider the value of these Oppenheimers and how much our nation just lost. To think such a thing could have happened despite all this surveillance. This sort of occurrence is simply unprecedented, no? Yeah, you lot are going to leave such a matter of national importance in the hands of the weakest link of our London branch, the Man Affairs Division. Have you lost your minds? So we're the link is weak. So we're the weakest link, I see. This is not my decision. Then who was it then? Mine. I know this guy. The old guy, right? Yeah. We know you. We don't know you. Hey there, Brian? Is that perhaps? Indeed. Your assumption is correct. Who are you exactly? What are you saying? This is Herman Mond. He's the, cabinet secretary. He's famous at the bureau. Don't ever cut me off again. My apologies, sir. He didn't cut off anyone, though, did he? I bought this game. You did! You did? I did tell you about it. Like half a year ago? Damn. Is Origins that long ago? Did you enjoy it? I'm just playing through it right now because I needed a game to fill up a space. No spoilers, obviously, but it's really good, isn't it? Well, I don't know. I like it. I like it, and I hope you liked it too, if you did play it. Yeah, it's great. That's what I like to hear. Yeah, I'm just playing it because I wanted to play it again, honestly. And I'm also getting ready for... They're releasing the next game in the series soon, like the next main game in the series. So get ready for that whenever they do that. You said what I was going to say. So he did. Indeed, cut me off. No way. Yeah, they're Staffer... What is it called? Staffer... Let me look it up right now, actually. I'll look at it. Staffer Retro. It's coming out really soon. They released the second spin-off game, which is called, like, Dice Eater, I think. And then after that, in, like, this year, sometime this year, soon, I think, is what they said on their timeline. They're releasing Staffer Retro, which is the next game in the series. Yeah. Sometime this year. Staffer Retro will become a reality. You're ready for that? I can't wait. I can't wait. What was that for? Note to self. Start a Staffer marathon. Honestly, not a bad idea. I want to do something like that too. To make a direct show of the fact that I am in a position to use violence whenever I please and without reason. Actions are more effective than words. Oh crap, it's 4 a.m. I gotta dash, dude. Good knowing you. Yo, dog. All good, man. I understand that. Go do what you gotta do, man. I'll see you when I see you again. Whether that be next stream or in a year. Good seeing you again. God, my throat is so ill. Stay strong. I hear you. You too. One thing's for certain. You can immediately tell that he's a high-ranking official. Captain Security, sir. I'm beside myself for forgetting the contribution you made in finding the Bureau. I deserve your best shot. Hit me again. Wow. Bending over backwards less than 5 seconds after a guy whacks you for no reason? Seriously. The man takes opportunism to a level of phenom. A phenom? I see you're listening back there. As you may have figured out by now, I am the one who called you here. My word, what an honor it is. We've had an incident we can't quite make sense of. And I heard that you're all good at finding oddities, yes? Yes, that's our specialty. Chief, I'd love it if you just shut up for a second. From this point forward, this investigation's all yours. Blue hair over there will fill you in on the details. Sunglasses here doesn't look like he'll be much of help, so he can come share a meal with me. Pardon? Oh, of course, I would be honored. You, lad. You have a spork on you, yes? Yeah, I do, sir. Keep it turned over. I want to hear everything. I'm giving you for 2 hours. While I'm enjoying my meal, I want you to figure everything out about this case. Then report back here. Just to warn you, this case is not about finding justice. It's about improving this facility and preventing such a thing from happening again. It's not enough to find our culprit. We need to find out how and why this happened. If we can't figure all that out, there's no reason for calling you all down here. Please, make me see how valuable your division is. What was that all about? Herman Mond, commonly referred to by his rank of cabinet secretary, my bad, is deputy director of the Phenomena Bureau. He laid the foundations of how we work at the Bureau by creating things like the threat level system. He doesn't do much in the outside world, but he is the de facto head of the Bureau, handling every key issue that lands at his desk by his lonesome. I've heard the rumors he was eccentric, but he puts those rumors to shame. I'm just glad he didn't turn his harassment our way. I wouldn't breathe that sigh of relief just yet. We just came to know a lot of the truths wrapped up in his secret facility. If the cabinet security doesn't view us as valuable enough to keep on living, there's a high possibility that we could be removed for secrecy's sake. Actually, since it's the cabinet security we're talking about. Secretary. I keep saying security. Hi, Ambrosia. Sit back. Relax. Welcome to Hase Utahara's puppet show. That's basically what these streams are. When I'm not talking, it's just me acting. Hope you had a good day so far, though. To sum everything up, we just have to solve the case down here. Then we got nothing to worry about. This is our specialty. That's quite an arrogant way of putting it. But, it's just as Note says. I had an amazing day. I didn't do shit. You know what? Yeah, sometimes those are the best days, huh? Those are the best days. Sit back, relax, do nothing. The relaxing days. And you can continue to sit back. You kick your feet up. Nothing's gonna happen. Brr. Oh, brr. But, it's just that No says. Our job remains what it always is. Whether our lives hang in the balance or not, nothing changes. We've got to put everything we have into solving this case. That we must. Well then, shall we be off as usual with our minds perfectly at ease? I don't think that's what she meant. Shall we start off by having a look at the body? God, could you please lead us in that direction? Right away. Follow me. Hi, Sonomy. Wow, a lot of people stopping by today. How you been, Sonomy? Are you also having a chill day like Ambrosia? If you are, I'm glad. If you aren't, chill out. Chill with me as we play game. I'm so late with this, but happy birthday. You are right. Yes, happy birthday. Happy birthday to me 3 days ago. Thank you. I am super chill. Happy birthday. Yes, it was 3 days ago. Yes, it was. It was indeed 3 days ago. You don't have to draw anything, but the fact that it was 3 days ago is true. That's what the song was for, man. You think I just uploaded a song for no reason? You think I streamed on Monday for no reason? Nah, man. That was all for the birthday stuff. There's one more thing I want to do, but not till later. But yeah, you better be super chill. Yeah. Nothing too big though. Just a quick little thing, and that's it. You know. Birthdays don't have to be big. And I never make big things in my birthdays anyway, so nothing came. Nothing too much was on my mind. But yeah, thank you. Thank you either way. There's something so jarring about that. I can't be the only one that thinks that. Look at her. Oh, I'm so tired. A prison cell made of glass. This feels like a giant aquarium tank. Also, are these two rooms attached to each other? Are these the victims' living quarters? Yes. All of our Oppenheimer's living quarters are just like this. And the room to the right, that's a lounge where our Oppenheimers can go to let a little steam off. And not just the victim. All Oppenheimers use that room. Why is it attached to the victim's room, though? I'll explain that later. I see the body's still there. No plans for an autopsy. We can't. Excuse me? That's as much as I can tell you about that. The cabinet secretary ordered me to only answer questions about this facility. Well then, we'll have to figure out the rest over the course of our investigation. Can't be helped. You ready, Note? Yep. Good. Let's investigate any part of the room you deem suspicious. The body. It is so comical. This. Oh, I'm so tired. Coming to think of it, this is the first time I'm seeing an actual corpse since I joined the division. Normally, the police would have already carted off the body. My apologies to the deceased, but I can't make it out with her like this. I'll have to turn the body. You're surprisingly calm about this. Back home, I've seen a few bodies that were closer to Swiss cheese. The more I find out about the place, the more surprised I am to know that you lived there. 1, 2, 3. It won't move. Come on now. What a weakling. Move over. Besides the fact that I can't move her at all, it feels like I'm not even grabbing hold of the body. They said the victim's severance skill happened without her knowledge. No way. So even though the victim's dead, her skill's still active? It's not It's not that the gods left her here on purpose. Poppers. Purpose. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Ah. That was extremely gross. Ah. Sorry. I'm sorry. Ah. If I'm being honest, that's the most natural like burp I've ever like had ever. Sorry, I'm sorry. Excuse me. I should have turned away further. I didn't think it was gonna come out like that. Huh. That's gross. It's not okay. It's not that the gods left her here on purpose. It's that they just can't move her. Well, now we have to assess the body based on appearances alone. First things first. I see no signs of struggle on the body, though it's impossible for her to be injured regardless. I can't get a good look at the victim's face, but she looks like she's nothing but skins and bone. Okay, let's record what we know so far then. What? Are you not going to read the memories of the body? Sorry, I can't touch people. Alright, sorry. No need to apologize. It's due to my own shortcomings. Just the circumstances I find myself in have my hands shaking like a leaf. Even in such a dire situation, the sergeant can't touch the body. This doesn't seem like a simple matter of reluctance. Did something happen to her? Athena knows something. Oh, she knows something. That's the victim's bed. I hear the labored breathing of someone in pain. The more recent the memory, the worse the sound. Was the victim dealing with an illness or injury? It seems quite likely that the victim's death is far from quick, taking her slowly instead. I hope we can find what caused it. Was she malnourished? She's nothing but skins and bone, and she was writhing in pain? Slowly starving herself to death? What, can her body not, what does her body do in the sense that it can't even hold up itself? Surprisingly, it seems as though she's been provided everything she needs. Actually, she's better stocked than we are in our office. These are some top shelf products. Yet, there's very little trace left on everything. Was the victim a stickler for cleanliness? That's rather odd. I'm almost getting nothing from their memories either. There is a note in one of these drawers. From the marks on the paper, it looks like she was counting? Indeed. It seems like something you find written on the walls of a solitary confinement cell. Maybe it's because I haven't seen my fair share of solitary confinement cells, but I can't think of an explanation for this. Again, quite odd. I can read memories over the span of an entire month, but I can't read any sign of this drawer being opened. I don't see a lot of other ways she could keep herself entertained. So, not to use this drawer for a whole month. What did she do every day? I think we've investigated everything we can. So leaving the body like this is because we have no means of moving it, huh? Is it okay for you to at least answer me that? Alright. Once your investigation is complete, we're gonna pull up the whole floor and ship her off. As expected, the underground works on different scales. Imagine a staffer that requires so much effort just to move her body. They said that according to her bureau file, poison doesn't affect her either. So how on earth was she killed? You said that I could ask whatever about the facility, but do you think I could get the victim's bureau file? Sure, here you go. Thanks. Two documents? No way. They managed to write about her skill in such detail. Is this only because she's an Oppenheimer? No. It has nothing to do with her threat level. The Bureau has Bureau addendums on every staffer. But like I said before, we can't access that information unless since our clearance is so low. That's upsetting. If we had access to this much information, we could have solved our cases in no time. Were they really able to pick on us just because we're that low on the totem pole? No. From what I know, the Man Affairs Division was demoted because 2 years ago. And we weren't able to find any records of the victims before her time here? That's right. I haven't been here that long myself, so I can't tell you the exact circumstances, but we've got absolutely no information about what Mithro did before coming here. That's odd. It shouldn't be that hard for the Bureau to track down information on one woman. Well, enough about the Bureau files. I'd like to know if your inmates spend most of their I'd like to know where your inmates spend most of their time. All right, let me fill you in. Would you mind leaning your back against the wall as you do? All right. Testimony. All our inmates live in glass cells, as you can see here. As a rule, contact between inmates is strictly forbidden. We serve the inmates whatever food they request, however they cannot refuse the meal. Besides a few prohibited items, we supply our inmates with anything they request. In addition, the inmates are allowed to spend free time in the lounge every 10 days to relieve any built-up stress. For the safety of everyone, inmates are not allowed the free use of their skills. However, we do allow inmates to use their skills once every 15 days. With everyone abiding by these rules, we should have seen zero health problems, but for some reason, this inmate recently started losing a lot of weight. She loses weight, but they're not allowed to refuse food. So they're allowed the free use of their skills once every 15 days. That's right. We have managed stacking staff up here, set up here and there. Whenever an Oppenheimer uses his or her skill, a large amount of mana is released, triggering an alarm. That goes for off before the ones whose skills is always active. We have a record of those who use their skills at what times are here. What would happen if their inmates would use the skills 2 times within the 15-day period? The restraints around their necks would inject a neurotoxin into their body, killing them. It's brutal, but there's simply no other choice. You have no idea what damage an Oppenheimer's skill is capable of. If that's the case, why not ban the use of skills entirely? Great. Thank you for your statement, Miss M. What's... No response. Is she just refusing to respond to anything but questions about the facility? Well then, shall we investigate the lounge next door? No. I'd like you to investigate that room after we meet with our suspects. I think it would be more efficient if we collected our suspects' fingerprints and footprints first. Right. Since all of our inmates use that room, that sounds like the right move. Where do you go to meet your other Oppenheimers? Here, a map of the facility. Well then, where shall we head first? Oh wow, they're separated. Oh, they're separated by... I forgot that these walls in between the cells are here. We could go to Barafin, Doug, or Elroy. I remember all these people. I'm going to Barafin first. Bureau area, Barafin's room. Barafin's the lady, I believe, right? Lady, closed eyes. She has a door here. This cell belongs to female Oppenheimer Shia Barafin, the most dangerous person in this facility. That woman. It looks like she's whispering something behind the glass wall, but I can't make it out. Is it soundproof? That woman has already tried to escape this facility 6 different times. I would suggest keeping your distance as much as possible. You could fall victim to her skill. What skill is that? Here, her bureau file. Compulsory trust. Compulsory trust. Then a skill allows her to manipulate a person's psyche. I see. To put it in even simpler terms, she can make people unconsciously believe anything she believes. I don't think that's dangerous enough to compare her to a nuclear bomb. Man, the power that words have, note, in this world. She's packing quite a dangerous weapon there. I would have to agree. Really? I don't think it merits locking up a woman. Locking the woman up. Women should not be locked up because they're so easily trusted. Whoa, no, please. Back up. No, you're not all that too familiar with phenomena, are you? It's not big explosions and things breaking to bits that make someone dangerous. Skills are all about how you use them. So even though Pandy's skill doesn't cause destruction, she's still ranked an Estian. You're an Estian, Starch? Yes, did I not tell you before? No, I guess I never asked. That's higher than I imagined. But you're not able to clearly see into the past, are you? It's not like you can get any visual information. Well, that may be true now, but back when she was able to touch bodies... Hey. Right, you never heard that. Never heard what? Back to business. And speaking of this Shia Barafin skill, being able to manipulate a person's mind normally ranks a staffer higher at Estian or higher. That's because they could manipulate other staffers into using their own skills. But according to her bureau file, Barafin is able to control a number of people at once. Plus, it looks like she has a nearly unlimited range. On top of that, if she were able to record her skill into some sort of voice recording, she could manipulate the minds of hundreds of people all at the same time. I see. I can understand the danger now. So, if we were to jump into a conversation with her, she could manipulate us as well. That puts us in between a rock and a hard place. It's going to be difficult to get her statement. I would like to get in there and investigate her room, but that's going to be a chore with her in there. That won't be a problem. So sleepy. A second victim! Did you kill her? Just a little something to put her to sleep from her neck restraint. We'll move her somewhere else, so just tell me when you're finished looking around. Since her skill can work even through recorded version of her voice, I'd rather not use my skill here. Brian, I'm leaving this to you. Right. I'll do what I can. The footprints, the wall, the shelf, and the door. What do you see? It's almost too obvious to mention, but I only see Barafin's footprints here. Oh, sorry. Footprints here. None of her movements look suspicious either. Wasted effort. There's smudges on the glass. Whatever it is, it's some sort of slick, maybe lotion? Was it only smeared here? No, it wasn't smeared. The trace makes it look like it was scrubbed off. So it was erased. Scrubbed away like a stain? Seeing as though it's almost dry, it's been here for a few days. You think it might be related to our case? Was there something like this in a victim's room too? That's how we pass our meals to her. Compared to our other detainees, making any sort of contact with Barafin is dangerous. So we even have to be careful at meal times. So this is installed so Barafin's voice doesn't make it out of this room. Could it be that could other items be passed through here too? I don't think that's the case. The only trace I detect is that of a trace used to serve food. Then I don't see any possible way that it could be used for anything else. Okay. It seems that the items on the shelf were used a little while ago. I checked and I don't see any signs of a pen around here. That's probably a prohibited item for her. After all, Her skill can be transmitted through written word as well. With each escape attempt, the restrictions probably grew tighter. None of the trace evidence is standing out to me. Cool. Damn, someone's dead. Look at that. Look at that wall trace. Make sure no one reads this. Nothing stands out as particularly suspect. She doesn't have all that much stuff to begin with. I bet they limit the amount of personal effects you can bring in here. I think that lounge will have more for us to investigate. I have no idea what sort of person Miss Barafin is, so I really couldn't tell you. I wish we can get a statement from her. That would be dangerous. The last time she used a skill was 16 days ago. She's allowed to use it now. Speaking of which, Miss M, when Miss Barafin used her skill 16 days ago, what lies did she tell? We haven't figured out yet. Pardon. Isn't that dangerous to have out there? No need to worry. All surveillance personnel working here at the same time used her skill. All surveillance personnel working here at the time used her skill since have been replaced. What? Am I reading that right? All surveillance personnel working here at the time she used the skill. Okay. Sorry. I was just reading that weird. They went that far? I guess that's how dangerous her skill is. Well then, shall we say we've finished investigating this room? We should move on to our next destination. Damn. I thought we were going to talk to her. Elroy. I think I remember Elroy. He has bottles. This room belongs to the male Oppenheimer Morlo Elroy. There's something that strikes me as free-spirited about that guy. His look makes me think I'd see him hanging around a summer resort. His look makes me think he'd steal your girl away. That's a bit of a rude first impression to have. You think you'll say that after he steals Pandy away from you, Note? Oh, shit. I can't read right now. I cannot read right now. What's happening with me? You think you'll say that after he steals Pandy away from you, Note? What are you even talking about? Shall we introduce ourselves? Hold up. I'd like to speak to him first. But of course, my dear sir. Suddenly calling me sir out of nowhere. Hello. Yo, bro. A long time no see, muchacho. Huh? Are you talking to me? Of course I am. Well, hell then. One more thing. I'm back. I'm at your back and call. You know, I see this guy and I think of the guy from SpongeBob. High tide. What is it? I can't do it. High tide. The way this guy speaks gives me weird old guy vibes. He sure is treating Note in there with an air of affection. That's no good. Is Note even capable of returning the sentiment? Note, do you know this man? No. This is the first time we're meeting. Makes sense. It wouldn't be easy to meet an Oppenheimer out in the streets. Indeed. Are you wait, sorry. That's Brian. Are you sure you have the right person? I'm sure. Detective Noche case, right? Perhaps it's that Elroy here met a different detective case. What do you mean by that? His bureau file. Does she want me to figure out the rest on my own? Retrograde memory transmission. From that name alone, I can't tell what sort of skill that might be. Let me explain in layman's terms. It's time traveling. Time travel? Like a time machine? Right. I can travel to the past. That's basically what my skill entails. However, the only thing able to send me back is my memories, not my body. I guess you say that's a different me in a time machine, yeah? So you're able to transmit the memories of your present self into the past. That's where the retrograde part of your memory transmission comes in. No, that can't be. A skill that transcends time itself? Is that even possible? Up until this very moment, I've never heard of such a thing. However, such things can be possible for an Oppenheimer. Right. I know how you know me, Mr. Elroy. The moment you came to know my name is right here. Wow, there's a skill check for this? This? Is this when you found out? Okay, yeah, that one, I thought I was gonna take a long time on that one. That's a big assumption. Mr. Elroy, according to this record, you released a large amount of mana on the 10th of this month. Yeah, that's right. And according to this bureau file, whenever you receive memories from your future, that's when you exude a large amount of mana. In other words, on that day, you received memories from the future. Which brings me back to my point in all this. The way you know my name. It's simple. You have a memory of meeting me before. But no. Didn't you say you've never met the guy? Perhaps, if it isn't about them meeting in the past. In all the memories Elroy acquired from the future, there must have been a memory of meeting Note. That must be it. That's exactly right. You don't disappoint, bro. Why'd he got to call us bro? And what exactly did I do in the future? I'm not sure the future is an appropriate term for if we're talking about memories you acquired 10 days in past. This is all really confusing, so let's call Elroy's experiences the previous timeline. Mr. Elroy, how exactly did we meet in the previous timeline? It's rather obvious. I met you when you came to investigate that Rutger woman's murder. Speaking of which, would you mind making an official statement about her? Oh, of course, good buddy. Well then, please rest your hand on the wall and begin. The incident you're talking about played out exactly the same way in the previous timeline. I was shocked. I saw that woman the day before everything went down, and she looked so healthy. Just like in this timeline, you came all the way and did your investigation. The future, you solved the case without a hitch. And then you told me everything that happened. That's when I used my skill. And returned to the December 10th. I think that pretty much covers it. First off, we can say that he probably wasn't lying. I caught the criminal in the future timeline. You did, and I must say your reasoning was quite impressive. How else could I call you my bros? Well, do you know how the victim died? Of course. Then please tell us. I can't. What? Is that because he really knows nothing at all? The fact that he knows who the culprit is and says nothing is definitely suspicious behavior. Hold your horses. I've got my reasons why I can't tell you who did it. Reasons? The first is that any interference on my part might alter the future. That's not a question of might. Plus, we have to prove our findings with the cabinet secretary to show him our value, and we have no idea what might happen if he tried to cheat. And the second, bro, is because you need to fully grasp what's happening in this case. What on earth? What's that supposed to mean? I can't answer that. I might accidentally give you a hint. Alright, that's all I've got to say about that. Head off to some other place, shoo! I have one more question for you. Mr. Elroy, you know this is going to happen, right? Why did you not try to put a stop to before it began? Well, about that. If you can catch up to the you in the other timeline, I'll tell you then. Well, it seems as though I found out all I can here. As for a time traveler, Morlo Elroy, I have no idea what to think. Logical. All right, Doug. The little kid. Yes, they are holding like a 7-year-old kid in the facility. Oh God, he is a kid, huh? Shit. This cell belongs to Oppenheimer Douglas Touchstone, a male. When you talk to him, be careful what you say. Be careful? Is he like super sensitive or something? Uh, just from the look of him, I can guess why. Oh God, he is a kid. You've got to be kidding me. A boy? Wowie. Wow. Investigators? Huh? Sir, are you a private investigator? No. I mean, I did work at an office of a private investigator before. Wow. Wowie. You think you might explode if I keep going? You should do something before that happens. I've never had a conversation with someone so young. Do you, like investigators? Oh my God. How'd you know? You really are an investigator. I bet you can figure out everything there is to know about a person with a single handshake. I mean, it's not like I've shaken your hand. A fine point, as expected from a star investigator. Seems like an ordinary kid. Why keep a kid like this? I see. Douglas Doug Touchstone. Skill. Casual object formation. He can make anything he desires. He can make anything? Dangerous indeed. Is someone so immature what to fashion some sort of weapon? Yes, but the scariest part of his skill is that every item he creates has a direct effect on those around him. An effect? Once when Doug made himself a cake, no one around him thought about that. No one thought that a cake appearing out of nowhere was the slightest bit odd. They all thought the cake was always been there. They believed that it was a cake his parents had bought it for him. It was only after they had realized that the cakery had closed that they figured out that Doug had created it using his skill. His skill reworks memory. In that way, the objects he creates meld seamlessly with this world. To think a kid that cute could have a skill so utterly terrifying. Sergeant, they keep children here. Indeed, what luck. What? Usually a staff of skill manifests itself at the age of 9. The younger the child, though, the more difficult it is for them to control their skill. There are even times where they activate a skill unknowingly. If a child this young carrying this dangerous of a skill, unaware of said skill, mind you, were to let loose upon the world. World. Let loose upon the world. If wild, the wild. How do you say that? How do you say that in Britain? Wild. Mind you, let loose upon the world. I don't even want to imagine what might happen. I guess you're right, but I can't fathom it. Note, in this world, where babies come out of the womb wielding nuclear missiles, it's better for you to not fathom such implications. It's enough that you simply understand that they're possible. Still, do you think this kid was involved in our case? I sure hope he wasn't. I happen to like children. But what are investigators like you doing here? Are you here on a case? Was there a murder? Yes, it certainly seems that way. Wow. Tell me if there's something that I can do to help. I read all those books over there, so I'm really smart. Miss Mary said so herself. Would you like to help us out now, then? If you could recount the events of the past few days, that would be a really good start. Oh, sure. Yeah. Well then, Doug. Could you touch this wall and tell the nice woman everything? Ugh. His voice is
I came here about a month ago. I haven't gotten into any trouble, and everyone's really nice. I haven't used my skill once.
You fucking liar. The kid lied. Great.
I haven't had any long talks with anyone either. I've been good, huh?
Oh, you're lying.
To think I get to give a witness statement to a bunch of inspectors. It feels like I'm a character in a novel or something. How exciting. I've always wanted to be a suspect in a case.
Ugh. Ugh. Ugh.
And also,
That should be enough. God, have you by chance told the lad about the death of the victim? No, we haven't. He's at the age where he's not great at controlling his emotions, so we figured it'd be better if he didn't know.
well, I've made a record of his statement.
Nothing's easy with the kids. His statement's a mess. I think that's enough, though. We can at least get a sense of what's going on. Even if we get a sense of things, even if we can get a sense of things, we have no guarantee that any of it is true. Kids especially are known for telling fibs. I'd sooner trust a politician than a child I just met. Sergeant, didn't you just say you like kids? I like them better than I do adults. Their lies are easy to see through. She may not be wrong. In the statement Doug just made, I can see at least 2 lies. Are we gonna point them out now? We are. I haven't used my skill once. This is the one that's like... That's the one that's scary. He has a scary skill, and he just said that he didn't use it, and he lied. So what did he use it on? Doug, you lied to us. Saying you didn't use your skill, that was a lie, wasn't it?
No!
If you keep lying to us...
I already said I wasn't lying.
Oops. I think I'm about to make the kid cry. It's alright. Don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry, little one. Here, a piece of candy. Note. I think a heavy-handed interrogation of a child will only turn out to be counterproductive. Do you have anything else besides the abnormal heartbeat that can prove that he was lying during his statement? As Detective Ryan says, it's going to be hard to get an answer out of him using the abnormal heartbeat alone. I've got no other choice. I've got to connect some other information to Doug's statement to figure out his lie. Great. Liar. Liar. This man in supervision report is my best friend right now. Doug, this is the record of when Oppenheimers in this facility use their skill. You say you didn't use your skill here, but there's a record of you using it. You lied to us, huh?
I'm sorry. I'm a bad boy. I'm the worst boy in the whole world.
I wouldn't go that far. There's no one in this world who's never told a lie.
It's not because of a lie. It's because I used my skill. I went and used it again. So I have to keep living here. 'Cause I'm a bad boy.
They're teaching them from this young an age that using skills is some sort of sin. That way, the Bureau is able to maintain control of the staffers. We've heard about your skill. We've heard that your skill allows you to create whatever you want. So what did you make this time?
I don't know. I use my skill. It's like the thing's been there forever. So even I don't know what I made.
So even the maker doesn't know what he's crafted. That's not good. Doug can't tell what he made, but the person who observes him must have figured out. Let's ask around later. Oh, but Doug. Don't you have something else you'd like to tell us?
Huh?
You can't fool adults. There was one more line in the statement you made, wasn't there, Doug? Who did you have a long talk with? Who did you talk to a long time for? I thought you guys weren't allowed to talk to each other. God, his voice is fucking, like, it's killing me. Detective Thina, about the abnormal heartbeat here.
Uh-huh. It shows a contradiction, huh? Seriously, I just can't keep up with how fast you are. Let me point something out a few times.
Am I really that fast? Well, thank you for confirming my suspicion. There's no reason for this abnormal heartbeat. This one's a lie. Doug, you were lying about not getting to know the people here, weren't you?
You know about that?
Yes, because we're investigators.
Of course. You can see what sort of relationship two people have just from the looks on their faces.
Sure, we'll go with that.
He sounds like he thinks investigators are some sort of supernatural power.
Considering the work that we do is closer to psychic work than more than inspecting work. Inspecting work, he's not wrong.
To tell you the truth, out of all the people here, there is one I've gotten to know.
Who's that?
Miss Mithril.
That would be Mithril Rutger, the victim.
Unlike the other people, I get to see Miss Mithril when I go to the lounge. Since there's glass between us, I don't know her voice, but when we write letters on the glass and breathe on them like this, we can send messages to each other. When I got caught, Miss Mari sure did get angry, though.
What do you usually talk about with Mithril about?
Mostly about books. I told her about the awesome mystery novel I just read, too.
Mystery novel?
It's called The Tragedy at the House of Mirrors. It's so cool. It's in the lounge. You should read it, too.
Right. I'll check it out when I have a spare minute. I do enjoy a good mystery novel.
It's about this young woman who becomes a target of a serial killer. So the man who once fell in love with her makes plans to protect her. However, the fan actually ends up getting her killed. So the man ends up killing himself.
He just spoiled it. You bumped. Why'd the kid have to go and spoil the ending like it's nothing? When you put together kids in mystery novels, you're setting yourself up for nothing less than an explosion. Well then, when's the last time you saw Mithril?
My last time was in the lounge last week, so that'd be 6 days ago.
At that time, did you notice anything strange?
Anything, strange? Nope.
I see.
I wouldn't call it strange, but Miss Mithril was looking a bit pale. She looked a little skinnier, too. And that reminds me. She said that she normally doesn't feel well once a month, so she takes medicine to help the pain.
Pain meds once a month? Was she suffering from some sort of illness? But the guard didn't say. Probably just a period. However, about her taking pain medication. Shall we stop then with the questions for the kid? We've got other places to check out. Right.
You're going already? Of course you are. Since you're investigators, I bet you're real busy. Nice to meet you all. I love mystery novels. So it's been a dream of mine to be wrapped in a case like this.
You want to be involved? Not solving the case?
A person like me can never solve a case. I can never be an investigator because I'm a bad boy. I'm just happy to be talking to you, Mr. Investigator, and be like one of the characters in my novels.
We'll be back. When we do, we'll be sure to tell you how we solved the case.
Woohoo! Please do.
No, let's move on. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Ugh. I hope I never have to voice him again. Gosh. I returned. Welcome back. We've met up with each of our suspects now.
And seriously, not one of their skills make a lick of sense.
I'd have to agree. They completely changed the way I perceive phenomena. Sergeant?
Yes?
These Oppenheimers, they're not locked up in here because they committed a crime, huh? They're just forced to live out their lives here because they're born Oppenheimers. I know it's for the safety of the world, but is this really okay? Uh-oh. Did I fuck up? Did Note fuck up? Did I say something weird again?
No, you just hit the nail right on the head. You're clearly in the right, and the three of us are in the wrong.
I'm ashamed to say it, but life as a staff in London seems to have been desensitized to us when it comes to morals.
When I was young, I got so angry at how irrational it was. Then one day I just resigned myself to it and started thinking there was nothing I could do about it.
No, it's because you grew up outside of London that you're able to see us turning a blind eye to everything. Of course, since it's you. Why are you looking at me like that?
Just because. Well, let's talk about this later on. After all, if we don't solve this case, there might not be a later on to focus on.
Right, let's do that then. Next, we should return to where they found the body, right?
Yes, to the room next door. We got a lounge to investigate.
We've got a lounge to investigate. We've got it. We've got to investigate it. Hello. Knock knock. Lounge. Books. Medicine. Even at a second glance, you can see what this place is. You can see that this place is set up weird. Excuse me. Even at a second glance, you can see that this place is set up weird. It's like the two rooms are actually one.
They must have had a reason for setting it up like this.
Even though we asked M, she didn't have any answer for us. She said she'd tell us about it later on though, right? There's no one here who can remember why it was set up like this. Not even the architect remembers why.
What?
Thus, we were led to believe that this odd layout of the building was from an Oppenheimer, and we're guessing it's Doug who used his skill to make it like this.
Of course.
Doug's skill can manipulate matter and memories associated with it. That would make sense considering that the architect doesn't remember making it like this. But what exactly is the pod he created?
In a facility created to isolate each inmate, it would be rather odd to attach a recreational space directly in an inmate's cell.
They would never have approved the construction of such a site right next to an inmate's cell. No way. Then did Doug create this whole room?
We can't be sure of anything. It's just our guess. Does that mean this lounge never existed in the first place?
This room came to exist in an instant, but no one found it suspicious. Yet even though the hypothesis seems logical, no one can say for sure. This is the true power of an Oppenheimer. If this whole room is a single entity, created with Doug's skill, how does that affect our case? And why did Doug wish for a lounge like this in the first place? Someone mentioned that Oppenheimers were allowed to bring personal items into their rooms after a thorough inspection from the guards, yes? We can't tell exactly how the victim died, but if the murder weapon is in this case, if there is a murder weapon in this case, it'd probably be an item in the lounge. Let's examine every book on the shelf and every fingerprint. We've got to be thorough. All right. Ba-bum, bum, 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 bum. Let me stretch real quick. Okay. The wall. Hold on, I'm still stretching actually. Okay. We're good. I've got footprints of all four Oppenheimers, including our victim. However, there are a few days in between each set. It seems like no two people have ever set foot in this lounge at the same time. That's probably because the contact between the inmates is generally forbidden. The oldest footprints are those of Shia Barafin, left 1 month ago. That's a while back. It seems like the inmates are coming
coming in here about every 10 days or so. That's because she used her skill recently. They're putting more restrictions on her. Possibly. It makes sense. It looks like there's a fridge stocked with food. Ah, look!
What is it?
They have caviar, a whole box of it. Ah, you could tell that the liqueur is expensive just by looking at it. And with only four people locked up in such a large space, I guess they've got money to splurge on the good stuff. I'd be okay with living down here just 1 day a week. I know you're joking, but you should refrain from saying such things. It's rude to those who are actually locked up in here.
Speaking of good stuff, the tea Miss M brought you was pretty good, right? Was that stuff top shelf too?
Maybe once a month. Hey! It's cold. This must be a fridge too. Since the door is transparent, you can see what's inside. They've got all sorts of medication stored in there. The door's locked. I can only see Miss M's fingerprints on the lock. So it seems as though our inmates can't open it. Pretty obvious really. Even the weakest of drugs can be toxic at the right amounts. At the right amounts. Speaking of which, it seems like the strong medicines you'd only see at a hospital. Still, it seems like it's open quite often, at least once a day.
Speaking of drugs, we have a suspect saying the victim took pain medication. Doug said she took them once a month.
You think they keep poison in there too? They said it didn't work on the victim, but it's a place frequented by our inmates, so I doubt they keep highly toxic substances in there. Still, there's always a chance that someone might think of overdosing as a form of suicide, which is why it's probably locked.
Oof. Man.
I can't tell from the outside, but this wall is glass. You can see into the victim's room from here. I see evidence of messages being written on here. I can hear breathing and a huff of heat. Doug did say he wrote letters on the glass and blew them to communicate with the victim. That's probably the trace you're picking up. Then the...
Excuse me.
Then there's a high likelihood that our other suspects used a similar method to communicate with the victim. After all the detainees are probably prohibited from talking to each other, but it looks like the victim was the exception to that rule. There's a high probability that each of our suspects knew the victim well. Also, that could lead to a possible grudge forming for one of them.
The book.
Detective Brian, has the victim read any of these books? Let's see. There are prints on most of these books, but there's only one book with our victim's prints on it. The title, The Tragedy of the House of Mirrors. Fuck. I've heard that somewhere before. It's the mystery novel Doug was talking about. Ah, the one he spoiled the ending of? This is the only one with the victim's print on it. Yes. Maybe she wasn't a huge fan of reading. What is it? Someone wrote down something. It's on this page. It looks like your average illustration to me. I don't see anything that looks like letters. I'm dying. My arm. What's happening in here? Look carefully. You see that ink smudge at the top left of the page? There was a message written here. Someone must have rubbed it away with spit or something. To write on messages in such small letters, you'd have a hard time finding it if you didn't read the book cover to cover. It's highly likely that our inmates were sending each other messages where God couldn't find them. Sergeant, you restored the message written on the page before. On that page before. Could you do that again? Unfortunately, the writer didn't press down very hard with the writing instrument, so it'd be a hard ask. I can only make out 2 words: meals and die. Die. They could be related to our case. I'd say there's a 90% chance that certain you're right. If only we could figure out who wrote down the message. Could you figure that out, Detective Brian? No. Whoever wrote this wrote it closed the book, all the trace was compressed into nothingness. It would be hard to figure that out with my skill. There's something tucked away into the back page. Impressions. I see Doug spoiled the ending here too. It says that all inmates who read the book must write their impressions about it. Then it seems that only 3 of our inmates read this novel. Then the person who wrote this message must be one of these 3. I should take this list of impressions with me. Shall we tear out the page and take it with us? Oh, we could really just rip out the page out of the book? It'll be fine. This is an emergency. Oh, sorry. I don't know what's happening with me. I'm like stretching. I'm like feeling the need to stretch like crazy right now. I'm like a cat. My spine. I think we've seen all we can. Cool. But like Pandy said, isn't there something in here that was responsible for the victim's death? I don't see anything in here that could possibly be passed by the victim's skill and killed her. I'm not sure a weapon can break through her skill even if it even exists. Note, is there anything that stands out to you? There is. Oh? The victim's skill is always an effect, and it normally severs a connection with anything that could harm her body. However, there's one thing that's able to have a noticeable effect on her body in this lounge. The food? It was good, but in order to betray it, seemed kind of dumb. It's just like, click all of these. It's not this. Yeah. Meals and die. Pain? No, but then it would not, right? It would stop it, right? Or it would, or it wouldn't, I guess? Bleh. One thing able to kill the victim is the medicine in that fridge. The medicine in that fridge? Specifically, the pain medication, right? Yes, there's a high possibility that the victim could have overdosed on pain medication. No, the victim's skill severs the effects of all toxins. They said it stops poison, but then how would pain medications work on her? According to her bureau file, the target of her severing skill changes with her mindset. Painkillers aren't created to harm the human body. Thus, it's possible for her skill doesn't sever those effects. Actually, it's extremely likely. According to Doug, after all, the victim said she took pain medicine. I see. If that means the medication worked on our victim. There's no way she would continue to taking medication if it had no effect on her. Your logic's a sound note. Maybe the victim took too many pills on accident and... Nope, we talked about that before. For pain medications to be toxic, we'd be talking about a huge dose over a long period of time. If it was a mistaken dosage, it wouldn't be enough to kill her. So maybe someone was slowly feeding her high doses of pain medication over a long enough time. It's as we thought. Murder, huh? With a target locked in the facility, carefully monitored and controlled. To think someone could be slipping her a toxic substance for long enough. There's a high possibility someone altered the food distribution process in some way. Their meals. It's hard to consider this a coincidence, but first of all, I need to know how the food is distributed. Miss M, how are meals prepared? Since this is a question about the facility, you can answer that, right? We give out meals 3 times a day. Breakfast is at 7, lunch is at 12, and dinner's at 6. We normally prepare our Oppenheimer's request, but on days they don't put in an order, we serve them a balanced meal. We brought a person who's in charge of supplying the ingredients, but I handle everything from the cooking to the distribution of the food. Then I dish out all the food in plastic trays and deliver them to our Oppenheimers. Then you cook it all yourself. That means there's no room for anyone to slip something into it. Is there perhaps something of note you like about how you prepare or deliver the food? There is. In order to prevent any sound from escaping Barafin's room, I pass her food through a special door. We talked about that before. And as for the victim, I grind up 20 tablets of pain medication and sprinkle it into a meal. What the fuck? Huh? Huh? What'd you just say? No, what? Why? Why on earth would you presume to do such a thing? Why else? To maintain the health of our inmate. It's one of the principles this facility is founded upon. No, that's ridiculous. That sort of thing wouldn't make an inmate more healthy. No, it really does. It's one of our founding principles. Is anyone finding it extremely odd that she's so serious about this? No, I'm pretty sure you're right to think that, Athena. The strange thing is that our god, Miss M, isn't able to think logically about this issue in particular. It's like something's derailing her thought process. No way. Is the reason for Miss M's strange claims because of that? Barafin was like, hey, grind up 20 pills into her thing. It's either Barafin or Doug, and I doubt Doug knows what pain medications are. Barafin. Compulsory trust. That's sheer Barafin skill, right? Indeed, there's no explanation for this. M has already fallen victim to that woman's skill. For the sake of the victim, sprinkling pain medication into her food is a founding principle here. If Barafin implanted a false thought like that into her skill, that's when the victim began consuming large doses of pain medication in her meals. That's continued right up until the moment she died. Miss M began to believe that such a thing is what the victim wanted. Then, if that's the case, our murderer is that con artist. It's rather sudden, but it seems we figured out who our culprit is. Shia Barafin. She's the mastermind behind this crime. Is she? Is she really? No. Yeah, I know. We figured out who did it, but it's not over yet. The cabinet secretary wants the specific way she carried out the crime, and it's our job to find that out. Listen carefully, Miss M. You've fallen victim to Miss Barafin's skill. What? That's impossible. I mean, according to the data we have on her, it's quite obvious that I wouldn't know if I had begun to be affected by her skill. That's right. But there is no rule saying that you have to sprinkle pain medication into the victim's food. What are you talking about? It's one of the first rules we set up. No, it's not. That's just a rule Miss Barafin implanted into your mind with her brainwashing skill. I have no idea what you're talking about. It's no use. It seems like once the thought process is implanted, the skill doesn't allow you to doubt it ever again. That's more terrifying than I could have imagined. M will never understand her role in this murder. It's going to be impossible to make her understand her thought process was concocted by someone else. It would be faster to just show Miss M that she was hit with that skill instead. Oh, I was like, this is real? Here. So today's the 24th, right? She's been feeding her like that for the past, like, what, 16 days? Crazy. She's dying. Miss M, please have a look at this document. That's the document I gave you.
According to this, Miss Barafin used her skill 16 days ago. As you said, you never figured out what sort of falsehood she implanted back then, right? Don't you think that's when you might have fallen victim to her skill? No, that wouldn't explain it. Why's that? I told you already, when she uses her skill, we switch out every employee in this facility. That goes for guards as well. 16 days ago, when she used her skill, this facility had another guard watching over the inmates. I was assigned to this position after she used her skill. Thus, I couldn't have fallen victim to it. But you said Barafin's skill can be transmitted through records too, right? Do you think there is a possibility that she wrote out the phrase with her skill and then you happen to see it? She's not allowed pen or paper. Plus, we searched this facility top to bottom a few times now. Saying that she wrote something out using her skill, that's out of the question. Then how'd she do it? Miss M, could you think of anything that was out of the ordinary, even the tiniest detail? Barafin's skill removes the possibility of doubt from her target's mind. If I'd really been exposed to her skill, I'd be unable to recall the moment that happened. No, any ideas? I wouldn't say I have zero ideas, but I'm not confident in any one thought. When it comes to info on Miss Barafin, we're missing too much. Well then, shall we interrogate her? Athena, we can't. I'll go in and interrogate her by myself. Then it'll be only me who falls victim to her skill. If I detect any abnormal heartbeats, then it'll help you find something out. You know that's not the issue. Oh, come on. There's no guarantee Barafin is going to use her skill on me. Even if she were to, what's the problem? I never help when it comes to the illogical aspects of figuring out what happened. Still, if someone were to investigate her, it should be me. No, if someone's going to go in there, it should be the person who's able to detect abnormal heartbeats, right? She's right. Let's go with Athena's idea. Okay, Saj. Is this really the okay thing to do? Is it really? No, it's not. Of course it isn't. We never actually talk to Barafin. We're just constantly like outside her window. Well then, I'm going in. One moment. Before you come into contact with Barafin, I have to pat you down. You can't be taking a pen in there or anything. What? Sorry, give me 1 second. A dog started barking outside my window. Gosh dang dogs. Alright. What? Then how am I supposed to take her statement? Sorry to inconvenience you, but you'll have to write it out once you come out. I can't let you take in any weapons or communication devices. If I must. Brian, hold my stuff. Athena, be careful in there. Look who's shaking in his boots now. You make it sound like I'm walking to my death or something. I can't hear what they're saying, but it looks like the interrogation has begun. Thankfully. Looks like she's cooperating this far. I didn't tell Athena this on purpose, but there's a high possibility that her plan will work. Morla Elroy said that Note solved this case in a previous timeline, and it's clear that Barafin is our culprit. If Barafin's interrogation is fated to happen, then this interrogation will provide Barafin's guilt. Thus, it's quite likely that Athena's questioning will turn up something. A reasonable assertion. Are you mad at me? Just concerned. Miss Barafin just saw Detective Athena's bracelet and looked noticeably taken aback. May I ask one thing? Has there ever been an incident like this before? What do you mean? Has anything happened like this where a staffer has had to have questioned Barafin? Any questions not allowed about this facility? Has this happened before?
Yes. I heard that something like this happened before when Barafin tried to escape. Brian, go in and get Dina out of there. Understood. Sergeant, what's come over you all of a sudden? The plan has been scrapped, Note. I've grown far too complacent. Wait, there's a procedure for opening that. She did it! What's that sound? It's the siren that sounds when a large amount of mana has been detected. Then that means... Damn it. Huh? What? An air raid siren? Tina, get out of there. Brian? How many seconds do we have left? How many kilotons is a bomb? Nothing's blowing up. Just get out of there. Sergeant, why are we inside? Oh, dear heavens. How many visitors am I gonna get today? You're a fair bit quieter than that blonde who just left. Miss Barafin, what did you just make Tina believe? Oh, that? Why don't you figure it out for yourselves? You're all staffers, right? Just like her. Why can't you figure it out? Can't you just figure out what sort of lie I implanted using her skills? This woman. I see. This woman figured out that Detective Dina was using her skill during the interrogation. She figured it out based on the past run-in with the staffer. It's a lie you can't be caught telling then. It's just questions, and more questions with you. You really shouldn't. Traditionally, when speaking to a lady, shut up. Right now, I'm trying to think. Note, what's our best course of action? What should we do? You think we can make this scum of the earth woman, locked away in the corner of some basement, regret her choice even more? But of course, making her feel utterly helpless is a start, huh? Probably our best plan of action. Yes, I think you're right. Let's go. Yep. I'll be right here. Damn. Are you sure you're okay? I said I'm fine. If you ask me one more time, I'm gonna blow up in your face. Detective Dina, are you alright? I said I'm fine. Why are you yelling at me? Detective Hervenus, this way. What are you doing? It was only for a moment. But this woman was exposed to Barafin's skill. We must quarantine her. All this blabbing you're doing, is this related to the facility? It's slightly unrelated, but as for the facility itself, you aren't able to discuss outside the operations of this facility. That's what you told us, but are you going back on that now? If you're going to be like that, I'll be right back. Who does she think I am? She looks angry. I share the sentiment. Right, you look it. Write her statement. I need to write it down before I forget. Can you? I can. If so, hurry up and give me back my stuff. Let's see here. She definitely said that. Did she follow up with this? Done. Statement complete. Detective Dina, the abnormal heartbeats? There were none. That Barafin woman, she didn't lie a single time? She didn't lie a single time. Sergeant, is this? Yes. Barafin's skill has altered Dina's perception of her. Based on M's case, we already analyzed, Barafin's skill blocks all logic dealing with the key words she uttered. Since Barafin made Dina believe everything in her statement, Dina didn't write down any abnormal heartbeats. Barafin could have used her skill to make anyone believe a single statement. There's a part of the statement that should have been marked with an abnormal heartbeat, but it's here unmarked. That's not all. It's the statement as a whole. First of all, let's find the lies in her statement. All of them. It was a bold move, Dina. But she fucked up. You're suspecting me of this? Oh, I have to connect too. I've never laid eyes on the Rudger lady. I did use my skills somewhat recently.
but all the people here at the time have been replaced. That's not true. M hasn't been replaced. Plus, I would never stoop so low as to tell a lie. That's the last statement? Oh. This is what she told her, right? This is what she made her believe. Somewhat recently, so a couple days ago. I mean, that checks out. I'm proving her right more than I'm proving her wrong. But all the people here at the time have been replaced. This isn't true. Oh, I have to read all this. Shea Barafin uses her skill on a sentence she creates, her catalyst, and anyone who comes into contact with this sentence will believe it without a doubt. Once she used her skill to say she was royalty, the people who heard her voice believed her wholeheartedly that she was actually royalty. Even those who heard a recording of that statement exhibited the same symptoms as though they heard it firsthand. Moreover, when Barafin wrote the sentence out as text, those who were able to read it and understand the sentence also wholeheartedly believed that she was royalty. In using her skill in that way, she brought countless free market capitalists and celebrities under her control. Damn. Elroy sends memories to his past. However, we've been unable to observe the moment in which he does this. The only time outsiders are able to observe are the moments when he receives these memories, and the mana is also released at the moment he receives these future memories. As much has yet to be discovered about the time itself, it's unclear whether he sends a snapshot of his memories to his past, or if everything besides his physical body is transported to the past. Elroy claims that the maximum that he's able to go back to is 10 days, but in truth, that is still unknown. Elroy claims that through the use of his skill, he has lived roughly 20 years longer than his actual form. Once when he sent his memory back 10 minutes, he had to wait 10 minutes before he could use his skill again. So the cooldown is the amount of time he goes back, with a maximum of 10 days. Okay. Doug's touchstone, nicknamed Doug, carries a skill that isn't quite clear because of its particular nature. What's certain is that his skill creates objects that it alters the memories of those around it and makes it believe that object existed there before. The object Doug created was a birthday cake. Oh, right. I did read all this. Mytho Rudger was transported to the facility at 1960-something, 1015. There are no records of her before that time. Rutger's skill disconnects her body from anything deemed threatening, whether it be physical or chemical. Most threats are immediately severed automatically, regardless of Rutger's will in the matter. But there's exceptions depending on Rutger's mindset. When her skill deems threatening can be changed depending on how Rutger thinks of something. For example, alcohol is toxic to the body, but Rutger seems to be ignorant to that fact. Thus, her skill does not seem to cut off its effect, and her body is allowed to absorb it. Opposite of that, even though oysters are non-toxic foodstuffs, Rutger once witnessed a person die from food poisoning after eating them, so her body does not process them. I see. Where's, didn't Miss M make a statement? I've never laid eyes on that woman before. I've never laid eyes on this Rutger woman before. That's not true. The lounge as a whole. Or can we go to like the... Is there a record of when people have visited the lounge? Yeah. They said 30 days ago, but she still went, and she knows she exists. This part about her not even knowing the victim's face seems strange. Why's that? It's the truth. It's not. It was a whole month ago, but Barafin has gone to the lounge before.
You could tell from her footprints appearing in the trace photo. She would have gotten a clear look at the victim's face through the glass wall that separated them. She could see the victim's movement through the glass, and she must have come up with an idea to use the pain medication as a weapon. Ah, Brian must be seeing things. You really believe that? No use in arguing with her. With Dina, with how she is now, nothing will make her doubt that statement. It still stings a bit. Sorry, you should have taken a more careful look. Right, everything's my fault. Then this statement was made using her skill. But even the god knows Berefin saw the victim. So what's the point of using a skill on a clearly false statement? That part isn't the only strange one. What do you mean? In her statement, there's one more thing that doesn't make sense. It's not just the false statements where Athena sends abnormal heartbeats, but this statement. Would you have a look at this part of the statement? Which part of the statement is strange? Is it actually? Oh, we have to... Oh, it's two pieces again. This part. Oh, right, because there was no abnormal heartbeat when she brought up killing something. They always have an abnormal heartbeat when they bring a murder. Dina's abnormal heartbeats don't only show up for lies. Right. I also detect abnormal heartbeats when the victim speaks about death or murder. Well then, why exactly didn't you detect the abnormal heartbeat when Miss Berefin spoke about the death right here? Huh? That's just a mistake. Of course there was an abnormal heartbeat there. A mistake? You wrote out the whole statement, yet it's a mistake? Sorry. I was just so sure that the statement was true that I didn't detect any abnormal heartbeats. I must have been mistaken. You think it was just a mistake? So even though you detected an abnormal heartbeat, you didn't write it down? Dina must have been so focused on trusting Berefin's words that she ignored what she saw and felt. Makes sense. In that moment, she believed in the lie more than she believed in herself. The more I find out about the skill, the more it scares me. So does this mean this line about her not having killed the victim is also Berefin's lie? Berefin? She must have caught on to the fact that Athena is a staffer who was able to distinguish lie from the truth. That's why she made Athena entirely believe his statement. Did she think we believe everything Athena said? No, there's something wrong here. The siren tipped us off to Berefin using her skill. She would know if we couldn't believe a thing Athena told us. Wait, how'd this happen? How can we be sure that Berefin only used her skill once? But we have two parts of the statement that are wrong. She pulled a fast one on us. We can figure out why she did this, but the important question is how. Sergeant, could I have a chat with Miss Berefin? She can't use her skill anymore, so she's no longer a threat. But why bother? I think I know the lie she implanted, but I have to be sure. Seriously, you can't give me a moment to think this through. That woman just declared war on us. So what's she going to think when we march back in there 3 minutes later? Sorry. Don't apologize. That was meant as a compliment. Brian, keep a close eye on Athena. Note and I will go visit our suspect. Understood. Keep an eye on me? Did I really fall victim to Berefin's skill too then? You did. And thanks to that, Note's getting closer to the bottom of this case. Well, that's all I could help out. That's all I could do to help out anyways. How long have we been at this case? Exactly 1 hour. If we don't count the moving around and investigating, he's had about 10 minutes to deduce what's going on here. You know what? I think Note's actually getting faster at that. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. He used to need...
Ugh, fuck. This shit sucks.
He used to need at least a little time to work things through, but now I don't think it even takes him even a second to come up with his answers. You and Pandy help him with help him with some of his steps in logic, but honestly, I'm just overwhelmed by listening and trying to understand. I'm so embarrassed that I can barely get out a word that shows I sort of follow. Honestly, I wish I could be more help.
I became a detective for personal reasons. I wanted to be a person trusted by ordinary citizens, even though I'm a staffer. But these days, my thoughts have changed, and I find myself hoping I can help him work through things, even if it's the slightest bit. So, when you forced us into letting you go interrogate Barafin, I understood why you did it.
It's weird. He's only been with us for a few months, but it's like I'm seeing the Pandy we had before her incident. Actually, it's more like
overwhelming supernatural abilities can breed fear, but overwhelming talent can make jealousy give birth to admiration. I really wanted Note for this position. They really wanted Note for this position, and now I see why.
They?
Just talking to myself.
What? What does Brian know? I thought Brian didn't know us. Unless he was given some context.
Dear heavens, it's been so long. Oh, has it really only been 5 minutes since I had the blast pleasure? My apologies. Being held here has warped my vision of time. I had no idea you'd be back in a mere 5 minutes after giving such a haughty speech.
You're not funny.
How rude. You don't strike me as the humorous type yourself, dear.
I'm getting scared. I'm scared of getting between these two. I'm scared.
Miss Barafin, we're back so soon because we don't need any more time to think this through. I know exactly which part of your statement you used your skill on.
Oh, is that so? What statement might that be?
Detective Thena messed up on at least 2 parts of the statement. Miss Barafin lied on one part, but to make us think that the whole thing was a lie. She had no choice but to use her skill at that part of the statement. Let me just save. I know exactly which part of the statement. I pointed it out already.
I would never stoop so low as to tell a lie. It's like, it's just really weird, you know? Also, it's the last thing she said, you know?
Of course, this part right here, just to make sure. Miss Barafin, please tell me I'm a man.
Pardon?
Pardon? If that doesn't suit you, you could also say I'm 200 years old.
Are you pulling my leg?
I see. Say I'm the president of Canada. That is, if you don't want to meet your maker.
You two are a laugh and a half. Fine. I'm a 200-year-old man, the president of Canada, and an anarchist to boot. You happy?
I am. Did you hear all that, Detective Thena?
Wow. They really have such extraordinary people locked down here, huh?
Are you serious? Canada doesn't even have a president. They have a minister.
Or is it a minister? Well, who is Trudeau?
Then that woman's there first?
No, what's going on? The skill detection alarm didn't go off.
They did not. Yet Detective Thena believed Miss Barafin's words unconsciously. That's because Miss Barafin's statement forced Thena to believe everything she said. You said I would never stoop so low as to tell a lie. Isn't that right? That's one statement right there. Through that one statement, Detective Thena would accept anything that came after as truth. She'd believe anything that came out of your mouth.
So? Would you like a round of applause? Maybe a warm hug?
Stay back.
Utterly futile in the end, no? Just because you claim to have figured that out doesn't mean a thing.
Oh, I mean, it means something, all right. It means you're a culprit.
Yes, I killed her. But you already knew that, didn't you? You know I'm going to... You think I'm going to play dumb? I know this facility in and out. They don't care who's a criminal in here. They just want to know how I did it. They want the specifics on how to make sure such a horrible incident doesn't repeat itself. Isn't that right? As long as you don't figure that out, I win. These people would never kill me, so I'll be free to try things out again.
Why do all of this?
Can you not take one look at me and see what my plan is?
Does my discovery really mean nothing? But
You're right. We're here to find out how you did it.
Sergeant,
But even though you don't care to find out who your killer is, that you're the killer, why on earth would you use the last skill you're allowed to use on Thina? Because it was entertaining. I love seeing the helpless looks on your faces. I'm sorry, but you're the only one who would ever believe a lie better suited for a dime novel as Thina.
but the only one who is okay.
But the only one who would ever believe a lie better suited for a dime novel is Thina after you use that skill on her. And the one who, with the helpless look on her face is going to be you, not us. Think what you will. Note, consider this. Miss Barfin's goal is not to conceal a crime, but in which she did it. Yet, she chose to use a skill on Thina. Maybe something Detective Thina asked held a hint to how the crime was committed? That's right. And then she figured out Thina was a staffer too late. But then if she used her skill to scrub out that last part, it would have drawn suspicion to it. So to make us pass that information, she made it so we wouldn't be able to tell the truth from the lies. There's a lie in this statement Thina took that Barfin really wanted to hide. If not, she'd have had no reason to use her skill. Sergeant, that's not half bad. A cocky sort of compliment, but I'll take it since it felt genuine.
Right? That's such like a wow. That's a lot better than you usually do.
I should take another look at her statement. Besides the lies that we've already pointed out, there might be something between the lines. Something that hints the way she pulled it off. This is all we've got to go on.
All right. How'd you do it? How'd you kill her? I don't know. What's the one thing I haven't pointed out yet? I did use my skill somewhat recently. No. Are you suspecting me? I didn't pour the kill thing. I never lay eyes on that Rutger woman. But people get replaced her all the time? Anyway, there's no record of anything happening. I don't know. It's one of these, right? This one? There's no record of anything happening. I don't know how that is though.
Miss Barafin, the statement you were trying to conceal, it's right here, that there's no record of what you did. This is it, isn't it? What do you want me to say? Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. No. 10 to 1 says it's our answer. You have no reason to conceal any other statements. This is what you wanted to hide. The statement that you committed the crime. The fact that there's a record of you using your skill. And the sentence that you said, you must sprinkle a large amount of pain medication into the victim's food. That's how it was possible for you to influence M after she was assigned to this wing. None of you understand what I'm trying to say. I'd just like to clear up one thing. You can keep speculating about this and that, but it's not going to change a thing. Do you think that's because of all this speculation you're throwing around, I'm going to break it down and give you a confession with tears of penance rolled down my cheek? If you've got no proof, you're spewing nothing but hot air. Isn't that right? She doesn't look the slightest bit agitated by all this. Is she used to being in these situations?
proof. If it's proof she wants, we need to find the evidence where she left behind that record. She left behind. That record will be our best clue. She couldn't bring a pen to paper back in her room, so she must have written out her statement using some other means. Sergeant, do you have something you can point to? She wants me to figure it out. Let's think. Miss Barrifin used her skills 16 days ago. At that time, the staff members were switched out, and the search for what she left behind turned up nothing. Then after the skill, Miss M showed up at the facility and somehow falls victim to Miss Barrifin's skill. That means she must have seen it somewhere. According to the records, Miss Barrifin hadn't been out of this room for a whole month. Thus, Miss Barrifin's writing must have been somewhere in this room. Also, it must have been written in some way no ordinary search could detect. If there's a trace of that remaining. Something in the room that she could have used to write. She doesn't have pen or paper. But her room. It's only this one, right? Yeah. The drawer. The food thing. Is it this? Oh, was she doing the glass thing too? She did the glass thing, but she put it above the trap door so that lady would see it. When I was young, I had to stay inside on rainy days, and I would go absolutely stir crazy. Every time I felt like that, I used to draw on fogged up windows. The pictures would fade with time, but all you had to do was breathe on them to make them reappear. I see. Using that method, it wasn't the picture that disappeared. It just turned invisible. And then from the moisture from your breath, the picture revealed itself. Shia Barrifin, even though I see no sign of defeat on your face, that doesn't change the fact that we backed you against the wall. Oh, so slowly. We are going to tighten the noose around your neck. Damn. 16 days ago, you wrote a sentence on the glass wall of your cell. At that moment, you used your skill. The guards back then looked for the message you left, but your words were practically invisible, so they found nothing. The Bureau ruled that you simply didn't leave a trace of your skill on your victim. So they brought a new guard, Miss M, to work here. Then, when you and her were alone, you made the message you've written on the glass appear once more. It could have been as simple as you breathing on the glass, or possibly using steam from some hot water. So if you had only your fingers to write the message, it probably would have remained just for a few days. So you wrote in something more oily, like the thin layer of lotion applied to your hands. Then with a single look at the message on the mirror, on the glass, M was forced to believe it unconditionally. And that's when she started sprinkling a large amount of pain medication into the victim's food. She began to think it was one of the rules she had followed. And then, the victim was slowly poisoned by the toxins that built up in her body, just like you had planned. Miss Sheer Barrifin, that's how you killed your victim. And just like that, it's this again. They're really not gonna kill you? You're the most evilest person ever. It's over. All you have to do is investigate the glass with my skill, and then I'll feel the memory left there. You don't need to go through all that. I've already given up. It's unfortunate I got caught, but the crime itself was a big success. I'm happy enough knowing that. Are you? Why'd you kill her? You two know each other, but it's only from seeing each other in the lounge a few times. What do I gain from telling you that? Though, it's obvious that you'll just keep pestering me if I don't tell you, so I'll just put it out there.
After all, I need my beauty rest. To put it as simply as I can, I just wanted to wreak havoc on this facility.
Wreak havoc? How's killing an innocent woman supposed to damage this place?
Oh, you don't work for don't you work for the Bureau? Don't you know why we're all stuck down here?
Is it just because it would be dangerous to let you Oppenheimers loose on society?
You have no idea what the entity of the Bureau is. If that were the case, wouldn't they just kill us and save themselves the trouble of locking us up like this?
No, I mean...
To be frank,
There's a rumor that they swiftly execute any Oppenheimer determined to be difficult to detain. It's just a rumor, but considering that this facility doesn't hold any Oppenheimers capable of inflicting physical damage... Well, crap. Then why are you detaining the Oppenheimers here?
it's simple. They're researching our skills to see how they can put them to use. We're considered valuable assets by the Bureau. So I just destroyed one of their assets. Specifically, their asset named Mithril Rutger.
What in the... Then you held no personal grudge against Miss Rutger?
Nope. The only grudge I hold towards the Bureau... the only grudge I hold is towards the Bureau. And I'll have my revenge. The only way I thought to accompany that was by killing Mithril.
Are you insane? That woman was in the exact same position you're in.
Do I look sane to you? My first few years here, all I could think about was getting out. Using the items I was given and my particular skill, I managed to meticulously plan my escape. Just the planning of the third escape attempt took me over 2 years. With each attempt, I was able to get further and further, and then on my 6th attempt, I finally reached the elevator that would take me to the ground floor. That's when I came to, right back in my cell. Those bastards had something that could teleport me back in my cell whenever they so desired. Escape had been impossible from the beginning. My escape attempts were just another good opportunity for the Bureau to carry out its research on me. That's why they don't outright ban skills. Research. Still, I knew if I just sat here twiddling my thumbs, I'd probably just kill myself. I wanted to get my hands on whoever's I could and rip them to pieces. And no matter how many Bureau people I kill, they just send new guards in as if nothing had happened. This is my only way of exacting revenge on those Bureau monsters. To that end, I don't have a care in the world. After all, I won't be getting out of here until I'm dead. That much won't change. Because all of you Bureau people... Note, let's get out of here. We've done what we came here to do. Right. How frustrating. Still, how long has it been since I had a conversation that long? It's been quite the entertaining experience to keep things fresh. Yeah, not too bad at all. When I was talking to that Rutger woman, I had to write everything out on that window. Maybe I am going insane. And when exactly will I have the courage to kill myself?
Weird. Interesting. What a weird layer to her character. Save. Wow, we're at the branching path already? We're only 3 hours in. Is this case about to be like uber short?
Ah, you're back.
I see you've done what you set out to do.
We have. Oh, did you get revenge for what she did on me?
I mean, I guess you could say that. She won't die for her crimes, but she'll be punished. Once again, Note, you figured this out in less than no time. Great job. Yup.
Well then, since we figured out how exactly she pulled off her crimes, I guess all that's left to do is inform the Bureau, yeah?
Indeed. We've still got a good deal of time, but how about we head over to the meeting place for a bit early?
Well, it's up to you, Note. Where would you like to go?
Huh? All right. We figured out we figured out how she did it. I guess there's really no need to stick around here. I guess our next destination is let's go back to Barafin. We don't need to go there now. We don't need to go there now. We don't need to go there now. I just went back because I do want to get like the quote unquote like bad ending first. When are they going to get here? Hold your horses. It's only been 3 minutes since they were supposed to show up. I can understand where she's coming from. Who would want to stay a minute longer than they had to? I see you've been waiting a while. Ah, Miss M. I'm back as well. Yes, sir. We can see that. Well, now all that's left for me to do is return you to the ground floor.
Oh, really?
Yes, but we haven't explained all the details surrounding the case to you. The cabinet security was able to follow each and every step in your logic through his spork. He said that's pretty much what I thought and then left it at that. The fact that he's sending us back all in one piece, it means he's satisfied with our work. Well then, we live to see another day. Though we can't be sure that they're actually sending us back just yet.
Shh. Let's cut it out before making the disturbing remarks.
Is it really over? That's it. I'm here. What the chief tell you? Not much. He wanted me to call for you, Sergeant, but he also said you two shouldn't leave for the day yet.
Huh. Overtime after the day we just had?
Well, I'm off to see the chief. You can go ahead and leave, Note. Head home, wash up, and get some rest. All right. Note. Just in case you haven't figured out yet, never speak a word of what you just saw or learned today. Yeah, I'm well aware. Well, I'll be going then. Right. Thanks for everything today, Note. Huh? Yeah. See you both tomorrow. That's it. After the series of events in the underground, my thoughts regarding the Bureau became more resolute. The Bureau, I was now sure, was no force of good in this world. The Bureau's control over us is just one part of society we live in. It brings this feeling of unease over the rest of society, but no one's willing to confront them. The rest of society. They all know it's impossible to stand up to such a controlling force in the world. Thus, Barafin was led to murder an inmate in the exact same position she was in. That's the greatest form of resistance she was able to express. I solved the case. It was just as Elroy said, just like in the previous timeline. However, as I was walking down a path at the time already laid out to me, was I actually just walking down a path that time had already laid out for me? That thought wouldn't stop bouncing around in my head. Society. Also, I turned off my notification sound so you guys don't get blasted by... Oh! Notification. Branching path. Ah, they're back. Yes, we're back. Okay. I do want to save here. Are you done? We don't need to go there. Okay, so we don't need to go there. They do want us to go back to Elroy's place, right? Yeah. Hey! One! We're back here.
Hold up. No, this is...
Yo, bro. You're back. I am. Have you been waiting for me?
Trats! My worst fears have been made real. This is the worst timeline.
You just think that you're delusional. It's really not.
Nerd has come over this way because he's uncovered Berfin's crimes.
Or maybe it's because of what Elroy said before? Mr. Elroy, you said that you lived through this case in a previous timeline, right? Then Miss Berfin being our killer and the victim's food being spiked with medication, you knew of all that. But you sat by and watched all of it happen? When I asked you why you didn't do anything to stop it, you said you'd tell me once I caught up with myself in the other timeline. We've uncovered the truth behind Berfin's murder, so I'm here to answer your question. Why? Why didn't you stop these events before they can get started?
All right. I think you're ready to hear my answer. To start with the conclusion of the story, it wasn't that I did nothing. I passed along the message the guards didn't know, but I left something somewhere that the woman would see. I showed her the information that I alone knew.
The information only he knew. That probably means the details of the case. Also, if he's talking about a message. You see, you say message, but is this what you're talking about? It's the message. The window? This is, can I get a window? Oh wait, where the guards can see it, right? Is it in the book? Doko book? It's not? If I celebrate, oh yeah, You are required to write your impressions on the book. Choose a clue that relates to what the message might have been. Where is it? Where's the thing about like dye and stuff? Oh, this. Okay. I was looking for the word book. I wasn't I wasn't looking for mystery novel, sorry. Oh, it's such a nice day today. Mr. Elroy, this is a page from the tragedy at the House of Mirrors. Dude, you're so worthy of being called my bro. You found it. But it's not good going to go rip pages out of books. I was reading that. I apologize for that one. It's totally cool. The ending was spoiled for me, so I won't be going big. I wasn't going to pick it back up anyway. Up in the corner, it looks like a bit of ink was smudged. If you look at it carefully, you can see that someone tried to erase the words up there. You can't tell what's written just by looking at it, but we were able to successfully pull a few words out of with the skill. Because of that, we managed to read the words meals and die. At first, I got a rather bad feeling about that sentence, but after getting to the bottom of this case, I find that the meaning here has changed. The drugs in the victim's meal were what killed her. We know that we know that's how Miss Berefin pulled it off. Mr. Elroy, this is an explanation of Miss Berefin's crimes, and the only person who could have written it, the only person who knew that what happened was you. Dude, you're a really reliable squirt. All right, bro. And then you found the clue I left behind, just as you say. It was a warning. A warning, of course. A warning left just for the victim. Mr. Elroy, it's just as you said. You didn't sit there and do nothing. You left a warning for the victim in the book she would read. Right on the money. Dude, your girlfriend catches on fast. Don't mention it. But why make your warning so complicated? Couldn't you just couldn't you just told the guard? Also, she's not my girlfriend. You think this crazy lady's my girlfriend? She's batshit. She keeps talking to me. She doesn't like touching people. She doesn't want to. She has a weird thing about touching people. They keep mentioning her past about some guy named Johnny. She's probably taken, honestly. And if there's one thing that Note doesn't believe in, it's NTR. Even though I'm pretty sure his name has those letters in it. No trick, yeah, his no trick, more like no TR. It's like no trick, more like NTR ick. Oh, NTR ick. Oh, his name is right here. No NTR ick. Okay, but why make your warning so complicated? Why didn't you just tell the guard? Oh, of course, I started with that, but that M woman wouldn't understand what I was saying. I mean, she understood the words I was saying, but she couldn't wrap her head around the parts relating to Barafin's skills. Of course. She was already under the spell of Barafin's skill then, so she had no idea that she was being used. As you already know, I knew Mithra was dead on the 12th of December. That's why I used my skill back then to come back 10 days ago. Mithra was a mysterious chick who never talked about herself. Still, she was the only friend I had here. I wanted to save her. But instead of believing me, Miss M ended up tightening up the watch around me. I had no choice but to send Mithra a message in secret. The card is poisoning your meals. Throw away the top layer of food if you don't want to die. I've seen your death. That message I wrote out, it was the only way I knew how to save her. I doubt if I'd be able to stomach my meals if someone foresaw my death like that. Refusing to eat is against the rules of the facility. So she would have had no choice. Thina, could you write about that all in a statement? But I didn't read any of his abnormal heartbeats. It's all right. Mr. Elroy has no reason to lie. I see now that you did your very best. However, Miss Mithra Rutger. Exactly. I'm also curious about how I wasn't able to stop her from dying. I can't go back in time again and stop her from dying. But, bro, you gave me an idea. Someone must have erased my message. You didn't know that happened? Of course not. Because of this mana release business, they canceled my scheduled visit to the lounge. Someone must have erased my message so Mithra couldn't see it. That's how she died like before. The question is, how? Did Barafin somehow find it? No. The person who erased that warning must have been the person who picked up the book after Elroy. We've got a way of figuring out who that was, right? We do. I know just what document you're referring to. Mr. Elroy, if you have a look at this, we might just be able to find out who erased that note you left. Oh man, wait, Mithril did it herself? That was very helpful, thank you. Oh wow, she didn't even read it. Or she didn't even read the book. She just went to the impressions and was like, thank you. Mr. Elroy, do you remember this document? Oh, huh? Oh, that thing. Whenever we read the book in the lounge, we're required to write down our thoughts. I'm not sure how it helps or keeps tab on us, though. I believe it's about keeping track of your mental state. But that's not the important thing right now. Mr. Elroy, you wrote your impressions down about the book here. And here, we can see the impressions of the next person who read the book. Aha! That's got to be the person who erased my message. Who was it? Who read the book after me? Mithra Rutger, our victim. What? Mr. Elroy, the only person who picked up the book picked up this book after you left your memo was the victim. Not even Miss M knew about the message you left behind. that means the victim erased your message. After all, if Miss Barafin were to have seen it, she might have altered your plan. The warning to the victim was delivered as you wish. But why? Why'd she die like before? Perhaps it wasn't just like before. What do you mean? The victim saw your warning. If everything went according to plan, like it did in the previous timeline, it wouldn't have been the pain meds that killed her. In other words, there was a difference in the case from the timeline you experienced and the case we're currently investigating. A difference. If there's a difference between these cases, I have an idea in what it might be. I have a document that contradicts the account Mr. Elroy gave in the previous timeline, or about the previous timeline. I warned her. It was me. As you know, I knew of Mithra's death the 12th of December. That's when I used my skill to go back 10 days. Mithra was a mysterious chick who never talked about herself. The guard is... Morlo Elroy, with his memories from the future, knew that before the case comes to a close, it's important to go with... Okay, fine. The difference between this case... is it that she was... Because they say she was thin. So instead of... They didn't eat the top of... Instead of taking out the top of her, she just didn't eat? For the past, like, couple days? What was different between this timeline and the last timeline? Ah. That's not it. Those are two very clear contradictions. Really? That's not it? Really? And then you told me everything that happened. That's why you just killed her. Okay. As you know, I knew of Mithra's death on the 12th of December. That's why I used my skill to come back. Oh, wait. What? It's been 12 days since then. Mr. Elroy, I'd like to ask you a question. What's today's date? I don't have a calendar today, but that's obvious. I mean, it's December 12th, right? I see. Brian, the date. I don't have a calendar on me, but the answer, indeed, is obvious. Today is Christmas Eve, December 24th. What? No, it can't be. It's clearly... According to you, Miss Rutger died on the 12th. But because in your timeline, she did die on the 12th. Right. So there's no way I got it wrong. Before using my skill and going back in time, I asked someone I trusted for the date. Bro, I asked you. Right. And I'm sure that the incident happened on the 12th in the previous timeline. Yet, we have 4 days off. The hell about this? Mithra threw the food on top like I asked, but the poison was mixed in too well and she died 4 days later than before. No, Miss M, the person who carried out the act, just said she sprinkled the medication on top. Plus, it's not a poison, but a strong pain medication. If only she'd ended up ingesting a little bit, she wouldn't have died. In other words, she didn't overdose on medication this time. She must have died for some other reason. Some other reason? That someone besides Barafin killed Mithril? No, we have no evidence of another killer or accomplice. It's impossible for there to be 2 murders in one building, let alone in such a closely guarded facility. Even more so when you consider the particular skill of the victim. But then, how did the victim die? Our case and the case from Elroy's timeline are different, but only in a single way. Mr. Elroy's intervention. His warning somehow changed something. Sergeant, I know. Make you a mess note. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Bro, what the Bro. Bro. Hey, bro, this is your room. Shouldn't you be asking my permission first? What the hell, man? There's only a single difference between this case and the one from the previous timeline. It lies on whether or not Mr. Elroy intervened. It's clear that it set off a chain of changes. Let's think. I've got to put myself into the victim's shoes. What would have happened if I were her and I saw Mr. Elroy's warning? Would I have changed what would have changed if my meals were toxic? Oh my god, wait. Oh my god, I just thought of it. And I think this is what we're gonna find out now. She read the message from Elroy, right? But her fridge, she read it and it was like, your food's gonna be poisoned, right? So she read that and then she believed it, and then her skill believed it too. And then I thought she was just starving herself, but no, her skill is starving her body because she thinks the body is poison, or she thinks the food is poison. Because of what? Oh my god, that's wild actually. Looks so healthy. Contact between, but they aren't allowed to refuse meals. Yes. She looked a little skinnier. Yes. Her cheekbones are thin. Yes. Stomach my meals, even if someone foresaw my death. Meals and die. Is this it? Am I about to one-try this? One-try? Fucking damn it. Alright, which one's wrong? Is it this one? Oh no, it is that one. I suspect it's this one then. Oh no. What? This one's 5? Oh, which one's wrong then? I don't know which one's wrong. This one's right. She said she normally doesn't feel, so she takes medication to help. They aren't allowed to refuse meals. Yes. Looking a bit pale? Oh no, it definitely is. It's this one. Okay, then what is it then? Looks so healthy. Contact between inmates are forbidden. This inmate has started losing weight recently. Okay, that's what it is. You haven't been eating. It all stems from this message. I've unlocked it. I figured it out. The victim was a dead woman, one way or another. Let me just save here. Are you serious? Who did it? More importantly, how? The how actually doesn't matter. In the victim's death. In a way, the victim's death followed a set path. Look here, friend. You should probably be a little more careful with your words. I'm sorry, but there's no other way to put it. There was no other threat on the victim's life. The victim's death was caused by an incident we already were well aware of. Mr. Elroy, think about it. But think about it from the victim's point of view. What do you do if the victim What would you think the victim would have thought after seeing your warning? She knew that her food was being poisoned, and the person who warned her was a staffer that was able to go back in time. Elroy, your warning was left with good intentions, but do you believe the victim would have been relieved after reading that? What are you? The victim was well aware that she was in danger of dying, but instead of feeling relief of having avoided death, she must have been filled with dread of death coming for her. Especially for a staffer able to sever any harm that would come her way. I'm sure death was something she viewed as a distant threat. The shock she must have received must have been immense. Moreover, this unique enclosure set up by the Bureau, I don't see any mental recovery coming easy to her. Even if she threw away the top part of her meals, I doubt she'd be able to get the rest down easily. When we checked out the victim's room, we found a lot of evidence of the victim's reluctance to eat. In the end, the victim rejected all her food altogether. So what of it? There's no way she could have just stopped eating all the way to the point it killed her. And so none of that's important, right? No is right. The fact that the victim was reluctant to eat is important, and that's because of a certain trait of hers. Like, even if she wanted to eat, she couldn't eat it, right? Let me just... This disconnects from anything deemed threatening. No? Threats are most... wait. Can change based on how it thinks of something. Okay, is it this then? It's called tragedy. Mr. Elroy, do you know how much do you know about the victim's skill? All I know is that her body protects her. That's all I've gotten from the short conversations we were able to have on the glass wall in the lounge. Well, you're not wrong about that part. The victim's body severs the effects of any sort of threat. The problem is how a thing is determined to be a threat. The skill itself is the determiner of what is a threat and what isn't. However, Rutger's mind is able to make certain exceptions. That's right. Even with a toxic substance, her body would absorb the substance if Miss Rutger believed it wouldn't harm her. I've heard that part before. That's why the pain medication was able to poison her. Yes, and of course, the opposite also holds true. If anything the victim thinks is dangerous will not be absorbed by the body. What are you? The victim viewed her own food as a threat. In other words, she starved to death. What? The moment she became terrified of what was in her meals, the victim's skills saw her meals as a threat and severed their effects. Even though the victim forced down her food for her own survival, her skills severed that vital nutrients from her body, and the victim was unable to absorb any nutrients from the food she ate. Her body grew weak, and the suspicion she was being poisoned was firmly rooted in her mind. As death approached, her fear of food grew even stronger, until it finally killed her. This path was already set out for her. As sad as that is. And it's all because I warned her? That's right. Poor Elroy, man. Like, you gotta feel bad for him, right? Like, he just wanted to save his friend, and now, like, he's like, I fucking did that to her because he warned her, and then he made her scared of food. Mr. Elroy. That's fine. This isn't my first dance. This always happens. Every time I use my skill to try to change something, the problem only grows larger. When I first realized what skill I'd been given, I felt like a god among men. Even when I was running from those goons at the Bureau, I felt like a main character from a movie, which only excited me more. But no matter how far I tried to run from the timelines, there's only so much one man can do. You can't make something better just by knowing about it. In the end, all I could do was make the world worse than it already is. I'm just that sort of monster. I forgot why they stuck me in here and tried to pull off yet another useless endeavor. And in the end, I only made Mithral suffer a worse death. Mr. Elroy, we have no idea whether the victims suffer more or less. You may be right in assuming so, but that's just a guess. I can't think of any evidence that points to her dying a better death, so I'll spare you such an empty consultation. We are detectives, after all. The only thing we believe in is a verified truth. Thus, the only thing I can truly say is for certain is that the victim lived an additional 4 days, and you will have to live with that truth too. Let's go. All right. Bro! Yeah? You keep that fantastic woman of yours. I was going to tell you before, but the sergeant and I... You think things are different from the way I'm seeing them? You'd do better to be more decisive. There's nothing you could do with the past but to look back on it. If you want to change something, you've got to do it yourself. An easily erased message won't just cut it. Well then, let me just say thank you. I hope I could see you again without having to turn back the clock. Indeed. Take care of yourself too, bro. It sounds awkward when you say it. I like Elroy. Elroy is such a It's like simple tragedy in a character, huh? Wait, is it another it's another branching path? Press enter continue. I guess so. Poor Elroy, man.
You both did great back there. Finally done. Now we just have to wait here for the cabinet secretary, yeah?
Elroy tried to save our victim, but the way he handled it ended up taking the victim's life once more. A tragedy of coincidence. You can call it a coincidence, but it's still a burden Mr. Elroy will have to carry with him. I hope we can convince the cabinet secretary not to punish him. Coincidence. Is that really what it was?
Pandy, what's wrong?
Nothing, just a bit of deja vu. I feel like I've lived through this case before. Probably my imagination, though.
Come to think of it, there's been something I've been curious about. Why didn't the victim explain her situation to the cabinet secretary? Em wouldn't have wanted the victim to die either, so she could have helped.
No, I don't think it would have necessarily worked out like that. No, is something you want to say? I should print out the transcript and choose which statement I want to refute. Branching path. This is the path that I know. I feel like I've lived through this case before, probably just my imagination. It is your imagination. How do we prove this though? Like this? Why did the victim explain her? Is it just that the lady thought she was being poisoned? Where is the... Didn't M make a statement?
I just have to find something else, huh? Where is it? Her statement, M. There's only these statements. I guess it's that. Detective Tina, I have to point out why you're wrong. The victim probably did ask for Miss M's help, but I bet Miss M couldn't understand a single word. Shit. After all, she was already under the influence of Miss Barafin's skill. As you already are well aware, Miss Barafin's skill prevents the target from doubting anything about the subject in question. Even if the victim were to explain the threat she was facing, Miss M wouldn't have understood her. Miss M was just a part of the plan itself. No, that doesn't make any sense. Barafin said she didn't kill the victim. Right. She said that, but, Of course, Detective Tina also fell victim to Miss Barafin's skill. She can't follow that Barafin had anything to do with the victim's death. Tina will never be able to understand what exactly happened in this case. Really? That's really upsetting. Nothing to be upset about. After all, your falling victim to a skill really helped us out in our investigation. An honorable wound to carry. You think? I see you've been waiting a while. Ah, Miss M. And I'm back as well. Yes, sir, we can see that. Oh, no. Now all that's left for me is to return you to the ground floor. Oh, really? We haven't explained all the details surrounding the case. The cabinet security was able to follow each and every step in your lodge through support. He said not bad, and left it at that. But the fact that he's sending us back in one piece means he's satisfied with your work. Well then, we live to see another day. Though we can't be sure if they're actually sending us back just yet. Shh! Let's cut the disturbing remarks there! Cabinet's secretary. Sir, are you still listening? What are you? What is it? For Mr. Elroy and Miss Barafin, what punishments are in store for them? Well, let me tell you. Miss Barafin will not be punished. She knows we're not going to kill her. Instead of causing her pain, we'll alert everyone of the murder and increase the guilt felt by all parties involved. In that way, we'll prevent this sort of thing from occurring once more. And as for Elroy, he will be subjected to constant and far from inconsiderable physical pain. You can't be serious. Case, lower your voice. Unless you want to be expunged from the record books. But why? If you've been listening this whole time, you should know that Mr. Elroy committed no crime. Committed no crime? Committed no crime. You think that's what's important here? I told you when we first met. Our goal is at this facility is... I told you when we first met. Our only goal at this facility is to keep our Oppenheimers safe and sound. Elroy feels responsible for Mythro's death. That man's already quite traumatized by everything. So in such a horrible situation, there's a high likelihood that he'll attempt to commit suicide. Therefore, it will be necessary for us to redirect all that self-loathing and rage, pointing it at the Bureau instead. In the end, it will help Elroy become more stable. Then right and wrong means nothing to you. Ethics are a good topic of debate when survival is ensured. Our world is a flickering flame that could be snuffed out at any moment. Detective note your case. You do good to remember that you're only in our employ. The Bureau exists to ensure the survival of human race. Bitch! Bitch! Such a cuck. That's my boy. Don't do anything to my boy Elroy. Elroy's cool. I'm here. What did Tree tell you? Not much. He wanted me to call you, Sergeant, but he also said you two shouldn't leave for the day yet. Huh, over time after the day we just had? I'm off to see the chief. You go ahead and leave, Note. Go home, wash up, and get some rest. Alright. Note,
In case you hadn't figured it out yet, never speak a word of what you saw and learned today. Yeah, I'm aware. Well, I'll be going then. Of course. Thank you for everything today, Note. Right. I should be thanking you too. See you tomorrow. No matter how powerful the individual, one person can't stand up to such a formidable force. Barafin gave up against her fight against the Bureau and targeted the victim instead. Elroy's efforts to change the victim's fate ended up her dying once more. This feels like an elaborate tragedy woven across the pages of a book. Is this really the price that must be paid for resisting preordained fate? And if that's not it... There were two branching paths in this case. That's so interesting. Anyways, we're back here. Back in the underground. Because we got some suspicions to deal out. You right there. Skip. Shit. The twist. Wait. Okay. I just wanted to read this. The twist about his attempts to saving the victim actually was killing her was the best. That's so cool. Oh, right. It's not your imagination. That's what it is. This is such a cool twist. None of this was a coincidence. What are you talking about, Newt? Mr. Elroy tried to save the victim, but everything ended up with the victim dying once more. Can that really be explained away by a mere coincidence? No, I'm really not following. Nothing in this case was a coincidence. Then, what was it? Don't tell me. Are you saying someone planned all this? No. To say it was planned makes less sense than to say it was all a coincidence. What? Then if it was planned, then it can only be a coincidence. No. As everything in this case, it all just seems too much like a coincidence. Just like the impression written here. No. You can head home early if you like. Sergeant, I'm dead serious. The fact that you're so serious makes me worried. No, you're no gumshoe anymore. The crimes copied into novels are just that, fiction. No one actually wants those fictional murders to... No. Not in real life. No, there's one person. You figured it out too, didn't you, Sergeant? After all, we have a statement. Douglas Doug Touchstone. You are such a bad boy. I've always wanted to be a suspect in a case. You gosh dang, I can't believe it. You've manifested this into the world. Douglas Touchstone. You remember that kid Doug, right? God, I have to voice him again? I honestly thought he would never show up again. Why are you dragging his name into this? Now that you mention him. Doug said it himself. I've always wanted to be a suspect in a case. Plus, you said something else, Sergeant. Sometimes young staffers use their skills without knowing they're doing it. Yes, but if Doug used his skill, what exactly does that imply happened? Doug is able to create objects. He can't make the stuff in his novels become real. Also, Doug only used his skill a single time this month. He used his skill to create that lounge 23 days ago. So even if you're saying Doug had some way in getting involved, it'd be hard to support your claim if he hadn't used his skill a second time. I mean, no matter how immature that kid is, you really think he'd do something like that? Even for you, no, this is pushing it. No, I just heard something from one of them that rubs me the wrong way. I have to find something that contradicts it and point it out. No, are you gonna accuse this kid of murder? 23 days ago? Today's the 24th, right? Nope. I chose the wrong date. He did use it 23 days ago. Okay. This is supporting him. So this doesn't make sense. Doug can create objects, not make stuff in the novels real. This, right? This? But he's able, yeah, he's able to manipulate memories is the giant thing, right? It is necessary to clarify the limitations of the object he can create and the extent the manipulation is happening to memories. He lied about that though. Then it alters the memories of those. Oh, is it this? He can't make the stuff in his novels real. But he created... What? We don't know that? Like, we don't know. He might be. Okay. I was like, that's a convoluted ass like contradiction, but it's a big semantic. Oh! Barafin's footprints are older than 30 days. He used it to create something else. No, you're wrong. Huh? I'm sorry. No, Detective Brian's wrong. Ah, me this time. Phew, thought it was me again. You two are getting scrutinized has become a daily occurrence recently. Still, I'm sure Doug only used his skill once. If he used it another time, there'd be a record of it. Yes, we are sure that Doug only used his skill a single time. So shit. What's wrong with what single time he used the skill to create? What's wrong with what single time? What's wrong with what single thing? My bad. What's wrong is what single thing he used to create. Excuse me. But the fact that Doug made the lounge with his skill explains the strange way those two rooms are connected, no? Indeed, it's a plausible inference to make. However, if that lounge was made only 23 days ago, there's something else that simply shouldn't be. Brian, let me see that trace photo. Here you go. I can't believe it. To think such absurd logic could ever be plausible. Barafin's footprints. They were left on the ground 30 days ago, right? Where? Oh, right, he's right! There's no questioning it. From the color of the footprints, I'm sure that they're at least 30 days old. The thing Doug created at the time, it wasn't the lounge. It wasn't the lounge, so... The thing Doug created 23 days ago. Note, you can't be saying...
All of it instigated by a little boy. And he was a bad boy.
The strange way the lounge connects to her cell. Yet, it wasn't the lounge he created. To become a character in a mystery novel, his unconscious mind worked to make his wishes a reality. To that end, it created...
Wow, another one. This is intense. I don't know what this is actually. Only way I could save her. Look like their pain medication inside. First things first, I see no struggles on the body. Although it's then it would be this, right? I have no idea. 0? Damn. No memory of the drawer being opened in a month. Just the tally, right? None of these are right, which is crazy. Only Rutgers. Was a stickler for cleanliness. Oh, right. Die. I don't know which two, though. Oh, I thought I guessed that before. Oh, I guess okay. I think this is right. I think the drawer is right. I'm 100% sure the drawer is right. Whoop whoop. The drug? Or is it the mystery novel? Oh my god. Which 5 are correct? If any of them are not correct, it's this one. Yeah, okay, it is this one. What are these stickers? So the drawer, no memory of the drawer being a month. Stickler for cleanliness because there's no traces. Only book with Rutgers fingerprints on it. Which is interesting because the other people's fingerprints should be on it too, right? Oh, but it's the only one with her fingerprints on it. She hasn't done anything else. There was no record of her before that time. She existed just to die? She never existed before the... Oh my god, I didn't even know this. He created Mithril just so she could die. Wait, that's crazy. I've unlocked it. What are you trying to say? Sergeant, you remember, don't you? You told me something before we came down here.
Don't think common sense can make heads or tails of anything you're about to see. I did. The lounge wasn't made with Doug's skill. It was always there. What we can say is the way it's joined to the other cells is rather unnatural. In fact, the way it's built, it was built that way because the victim had a special connection to one another of the other Oppenheimers. Because Miss Barafin was able to observe the victim's daily routine, she was able to come up with her plan to kill her. If Mr. Elroy hadn't known the victim at all, who knows whether or not he would have tried to use his skill to try to come save the victim. Doesn't it seem like the layout of the two rooms is that way in order to cause everything to happen the way it did? Yet, the lounge has always been there, so... Which side was Doug's creation? Note, what on earth are you trying to say? Doug used his skill to create what was attached to the lounge, the victim's room. Actually, our crime scene. No, I don't understand. Our crime scene is where the victim's been living the whole time. How would Doug creating that make any sense? It can't be. Detective Brian, you're looking at the trace photo of the crime scene, aren't you? Among the traces, is there anything older than 23 days old? They just erased everything when they cleared. That's not enough to explain it, Note. If you really stop to think about it, there's one more particular characteristic about the victim. Not as a staffer, but as a person. There's something weird. Everyone, this document should help jog your memory. You should be able to figure out from her bureau file, but there isn't a trace of this woman from before she came to the facility. The victim carried out the threat level Oppenheimer, so it's hard to claim that the bureau didn't neglect to investigate her, isn't that right? Give me 1 second, guys. 1 second. Okay, we're good. Just have to check real quick. Oh, why does it sound like that, actually? Hey. Okay, sure. Damn it. Sorry, I'm going through my, I hate the way my audio sounds during stream phase, and then I'm gonna try to fix it, and it's gonna sound more ass. So I'm not gonna touch it. Indeed. It's also hard to think the Bureau and all the power they carry would be unable to dig up a single thing about a person's past. Indeed, because there was nothing to find. Nothing from before she came to this facility. Doug used his skill to create the crime scene, and everything contained in it. There's one thing every crime scene needs. A crime scene needs a victim. No way. No. Common sense says that shouldn't be possible. This facility houses Oppenheimers. We have a woman that can make you believe anything, and a man who comes from the future, plus one little boy who can create objects and memories that weren't there before. Common sense is a luxury in this place. Shit, I fucked up the one-liner. Common sense is a luxury this place can't afford. Our victim was willed into existence through a skill. Then this is all about the Oppenheimers? No, this case. Yes, Sergeant. Note, I must say it's quite unfortunate. Huh? It's an interesting theory, but unfortunately we've got evidence on the contrary. This. What's this? We found it in the victim's room. The note she left in a drawer. This note carries quite the interesting memory on it. Each night before the victim went to bed, she drew a single line on this paper. She left a record of how many days she had been there, how many days she had arrived. If you look and see, it's been well over a month. The victim, she couldn't have been made with a skill. She's been here for a while now. What's this now? You were scaring the life out of me? What's this now? You were scaring the life out of me, Note. Why didn't you pull that out earlier? Still, I'm glad to see it. If our victim really was just a creation, I would have been skeptical about why we were called in to investigate. Sorry, Note. No, sorry. Note's logic was so interesting to follow. Sergeant, there's no way you don't know. The victim's room, the note in the drawer, the contradiction the two spell out. There's a contradiction between the two? I have no idea. We can't even look for the note. Oh, Redfin's found a note in the drawer that... Because it hasn't been used. The drawer hasn't been used. You can't open the drawer. Sergeant, why are you playing dumb? What do you mean? Regarding the victim's drawer where you found that note, there's something odd about it. It doesn't have a single memory of being used, thus it's impossible that it was the victim who did the writing. And that's from the investigation you did yourself, Sergeant. There's more than 40 marks on that piece of paper, but it was created as part of Doug's crime scene, and it was like that from the beginning. I must have been mistaken. Let's go check that drawer again. Perhaps I'll find a memory of it being used. There's nothing on or in that drawer. Your investigation couldn't have been wrong. Note, don't incorporate an assessment of my skills into your deductions. Such things get in the way of the logical side of your brain. Sergeant, you're always wandering around by yourself, head in the clouds. But you take detective work more seriously than anyone I've ever seen. You may not let on to it, but you, more than anyone else, understands the minds of the hurt and the wounded. So, Sergeant, there's nothing left to find in that drawer. That is my logical assessment. Note, why? On today of all days, at this very moment, did you have to go and say something like that? Oh that's new. That's a new face. Whoa. So, you're saying Note's logic is sound? Then that means the memories you say that piece of paper held. Sergeant, why'd you lie about that? I'd like to hear that answer to that too. Cabinet Secretary. So you knew. My apologies, but I'm not sure what you mean. Indeed, it was a rather idiotic question. It's obvious that you found out the truth during the incident 2 years ago. So the truth behind this case is... You don't need to tell me. I've been listening on my spork. You're outstanding. The Bureau owes you for a big debt of gratitude. I would like to express how thankful I am. Oh, a normal compliment is the last thing I was expecting. We had before Oppenheimer's here, yet it was a mistake thinking these people could manage the facility without me. Guard. Yes, sir. You are to be re-educated and deployed elsewhere, so get started on the paperwork. Understood, sir. Good, and also, bring me Douglas Touchstone. Since you two are so close, it should be safe to do so. Understood. Cabinet Secretary, sir, are you going to hold Doug responsible for this? That's a question for later. Excuse me? Blame isn't exactly something I hold in high regard. Both your investigation and this facility. The goal is not about finding who's responsible, but managing the wards. If you're asking who has committed crimes here, I would be the first arrested for imprisoning innocent people. Quite self-aware, at least. Then why are you bringing in Doug? He's to be promoted. Cabinet Secretary, we hardly need a full explanation. If you interrupt me one more time, I kill you myself. That was a new portrait too. Sergeant? Then what do you mean by promotion? Touchstone has used his skill subconsciously to create a staffer with an Oppenheimer ranked skill. Moreover, he only created this Oppenheimer because he needed a false lead for his case. This pushes his threat level beyond that of Oppenheimer. So promotion means there's something above Oppenheimer? This is the first time I'm hearing of it. Was this what the sergeant was hiding from me? He is now a threat to the whole world. He is a Noah. The highest threat level of all phenomena. Highest threat level. Noah. Whoopsies. The power to destroy this world in a single instant. If the people were to know such a thing existed, society would collapse in on itself. Even in the underground, few know of the existence of these Noahs. Under normal circumstances, a person read into this information without permission would be executed immediately. But since you hit such a high bar with this investigation, I shall give you a special pass for this one. So since Doug has been promoted to Noah rank, he'll be moved to a facility for those ranked higher? For now, we'll keep him under strict observation for roughly 1 week, and then we'll dispose of him in a way we deem safest. Dispose? You're going to kill him? But he hasn't done anything wrong. It's bad enough that you have him on display in this ant farm you've got here, but now you're going to kill him? Stop. I understand where you're coming from, but the rage is understandable. Athena, her Venus, you witnessed the deaths of your colleagues quite a number of times during your work and probations. Your inability to forgive transgressions must stem from your experiences there. You wish to filter out the evils for the betterment of our world. There's good in your actions, but is your good beneficial to everyone? Does a good that's beneficial to everyone even exist? How can you? What's this guy's problem? This world is tied to a railroad track. Douglas Touchstone is tied to the tracks heading in another direction. From a distance, a trolley approaches that cannot be stopped. My pulling the lever to switch the tracks seems like an evil. But isn't pulling the lever good and just? If the whole world were plowed over by that trolley, would that be beneficial? Would that be good? Don't your ideas of good just turn you into a mere spectator? Instead of trusting in the ambiguity that is good, I can't read. I choose survival. I don't need something as frivolous as justification. After all, I know exactly what I'm doing. If that boy were to resent this world for a single moment, the world would end. How about you lot? Your entire lives, have you never once resented your circumstances? Have you ever wished tomorrow would never come? Here, we have people who wouldn't throw us the switch to change the tracks. But we also have no one who can set things back to the way they were before the switch was thrown. Except for the one single person. Mr. Investigator? Why now? Oh, no, never mind. Shit. Don't say that, sorry.
Hey, Mr. Investigator? Did you find the culprit?
Why do you have to come this way? We've got our go. Your corporation turned out to be a big help.
Woohoo! Seriously? That's great to hear. I'll have to brag about that later with Miss Miserable.
Right. I'm sure she'll be happy to hear it.
Well, I'm gonna go on a trip for a while. So, when I get back, you'll have to tell me about the case like you promised.
Oh. Jesus.
see you when you get back.
Yep. See you later.
Cabinet Secretary. Could we be going now? You may. I've already called for your escort. No. Cover your eyes. We should get going. I came here because... Oh man. That last hour just adds like so much layer to like the case. It really does, doesn't it? Madan. Sir. Put a guard on Morlo Elroy. We have to continue. If we continue on the path of that novel, there's a high likelihood he'll try to kill himself. Understood. Did No Trick's talents live up to your expectations? He's a bit wet behind the ears, but yes, they did. I'm sure of it. In that small amount of time, he figured out everything we knew about this case. He even dug even deeper to find out more than what you mentioned before. I've already spoken with the Chief of Investigations. Once you've done this job, get your affairs in order. Still as quick as ever, sir. Don't waste your breath on compliments. You're just using up time. We've got our fourth person now. Now we're gonna have to settle on a threat level. We have humans with powers born to them, and superhumans that excel in one particular field. This power may not shine like the other supernatural abilities, but its presence far surpasses the others. Let's name it after the shepherd who stood against the giant. A David? The staffer, Case, is officially assigned the threat level David. That kid. We absolutely must have him for our project.
Wait, so he's a staffer? Note's a staffer? And they're calling me a David? That's fucked up. I ain't no David.
Hi, Chief. Well, you did a good job today, Detective Case. If that's what you called me over to talk about, I'll be on my way. That's cold, lad, my dear lad. Well, are you trying to copy your peers? I've just come to learn with time what sort of person you are, Chief. You lot may hate me, but I love all of you. You're smarter than anyone, but you're dumb enough to be used and eaten up. And what's more than that, you're normal like me. Unlike those others. What's that supposed to mean? You don't know? The sergeant and detectives Brian and Thea are perfectly normal. Dumb indeed. Even after everything you went through today, you're still not able to see the wood, but for the trees. I thought you were gonna say the world for something. The wood for the trees. Why'd Berefin say she killed your victim? Why'd Elroy try to save someone he knew so little about? Saying it's a grudge against the Bureau or due somehow more high ground is nothing but an excuse. The real reason is because they're staffers. What? Staffers are a special law. It's obvious that they've slogged off. What is a slog? Slogged off their mortal coils in favor of something outside the realms of normal society. They're trying to do something remarkable with the use of their skills. That's why all these cases with staffers are just so complicated. But you're no staffer, so how could you speak like you know them? Because that's what I'd do if I was in their shoes. Because everybody I know would do the same. Because humans are rational creatures. I'm the one who called you this way. So let me leave you with one piece of advice. If you want to climb the ladder of the Bureau, you've got about a day to start agreeing with what I just said. What's with that last part? Sounds like the words of someone who's leaving, no? Hey, was it obvious? I mean, you're going to figure it out for yourself tomorrow anyway. Remember my advice. You've got the talent to go up and up. Only kings and kooks enjoy high places. However, there is one thing you said that I can relate to. Those people. Whether I believe them to be right or wrong, they're special. You better be going. Please tell Sergeant Redfin to stop by my office. Tell the other two to not be clocking out just yet either. I don't know where you're going, but I'm glad to see you off, Chief. Right. I guess this is goodbye. Thank God. And then we come to the scene with Redfins and Tina. Yeah. I'm here. What'd the chief tell you? Not much. He wanted me to call for you, Sergeant. He also said you two shouldn't be leaving for the day yet.
Huh, overtime after the day we just had?
Well then, I'm off to see the chief.
So you go on ahead and leave, Newt. Head home, wash up, get some rest.
All right. Note, in case you haven't figured out yet, never speak a word of what you just saw today. Yeah, I'm well aware. Also, there might be someone keeping an eye on you starting today. I wouldn't do anything that could be misconstrued. Keeping an eye on me? There's a Noah, the highest threat level. That most of the people working in the underground don't even know of. The cabinet secretary will do everything in his power to prevent the fact from getting out. From this moment on, our every movement will be under a watchful eye of the Bureau. In fact, the building's interior is probably the only place we'll be free anymore.
Why'd the cabinet security even let us know what he did? We're just an experimental division with zero authority or clearance.
Indeed. That's why the sergeant was keeping your knowledge of the Noahs from us. And then just maybe I could...
Note, don't even think about it.
Okay. Well, I'll be going then. And note, thanks for today. You saved our skins back there. Yeah, wouldn't we have died if we didn't do that? Are we assuming that in every other timeline we would have died? Because we weren't allowed? Or we're not allowed to know about that place? Oh, it's not foggy today.
Didn't I tell you to head home and get some shut-eye?
Today, there's no fog. Every time I come up here, the fog is so thick. What I thought was a tower is actually just the steeple of a church. I always thought it was Big Ben. In truth, I'm not even sure what Big Ben looks like. I just decided to think like that. I didn't want to find out. It's just as you said. Without the fog, it's just a garbage view. Sergeant, you knew that Doug was going to be disposed of if he found out the truth of that case, huh? That's why you lied.
Indeed. However, his death isn't your fault.
I know that. Doug's fate was sealed the moment he was born. What I did just brought the fact into the day of light. It was the cabinet secretary who made the decision. I just let the truth go and watched what followed. And honestly, I'm a bit relieved. I'm glad they figured out the extent of that kid's skill before it was too late. For the sake of the world we live in, I'm glad they'll kill him. I really am relieved. One thought kept me in London. I need to find a job. Something for me to do. However, I didn't actually want to know. I didn't want to know what job that really was. But it would have been better to remain ignorant. To die off in the comfort of a dream. If you're going to be a Londoner, you'll doubt one fact at least once in your life. That there exists a phenomena powerful enough to destroy the world. In truth, we all already knew. We're well aware that the world may suddenly end tomorrow. After all, even this very moment even, somewhere, people are dying. But we all live on as if we didn't know. If we didn't, nothing else would have But hold our focus long enough for a second. The real world, out there, is just an absolute mess. It's chaotic. It's irrational. It's a world where discovery only leads to loss. So we keep laughing. We pretend not to know. Even when the Bureau paid me a visit on my 9th birthday. Even when I kept waiting to be sold off down the river as I completed my training. Even when I got caught up in all the bigwigs' internal power struggles and thrown out like rubbish. Even when I was assigned to the experimental department for fledgling talent because I was too hard to handle. Even 2 years ago, when someone I respected died, I had to pretend that nothing had happened and keep laughing. But no, I just can't laugh in front of you. It's odd. The laugh just won't come out. Note. Take my hand. But, Sergeant, also she's not wearing her glove anymore. This is a cool CG. I do remember the CG. Wait. Yeah, she's also showing her her bracelet. It's okay. Because it's you. This world is packed to the very brim with things I want to forget. But every once in a blue moon, there's something I want to find out. Even if it costs me everything. There's one person I wish knew everything about me. And note, I want to know about you. Even after I forget every little detail about this world. I want to know about you. Me too. The same goes for me. The person I'd like to find out about. It was only for a moment, but as she stretched her fingertips toward me, those eyes looked so sad. And as our words poured out, as if they had been written out in a script, I couldn't be certain where my own mind was. No. But because the past is a thing we can only look back on, I realized that holding her hand wasn't enough. I care for you, Sergeant. I couldn't let go of that hand. What? Did they the Managed Affairs Division within the Investigations Department of the Phenomena Bureau, did they like kiss or something? They just said he did more than held her hand. It's to be shut down in 20 hours. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking wild. Oh man. I don't know if this is obvious or if I want to say anything about it. Actually, I will say something about it. This is where if you thought the game wasn't picking up steam, this is where it's going to start picking up. We're more than halfway through the game. We're in the last case of the game, and I'm like, it's going to pick up. It's going to start to pick up now. But yes. That case, I do really like that case. Now that I replayed it and I'm able to synthesize it a lot more than I did before, I really like that case too. Man, really? Is 2 really my least favorite case in the game? Let's be frank.
It might be. I honestly do think it is. Unfortunately, but I really like Thena, but at the same time...
Well, yeah, but that was case 4 of Stafford case. What a treat that was. It was a lot better than I thought it would be, honestly. Well, I said this the last stream, right? But I kind of when it comes to case 3, 4, and 5 of this game, I really don't remember what they're about and what they're like. I only remember 1 and 2.
But yeah, this was really good. This was extremely good. Let me let before we, let me get this ready. We got some thinking to we got some thinking to think about. This was Mistletoe. Miss Mistletoe. Mistletoe. This chapter, I really liked it. I really liked it. Let me. What are my immediate thoughts? The last hour of the case is a banger, with a bunch of twists. I'll just explain it. The last hour of the case is a banger. Let me be just picking at my mind like immediately, right? I'm like, damn, yo, fucking that like, as soon as we were like, all right, Belafin did it, right? We were like, is there anything else? It's, the obvious, they want you to keep going, right? But like, you can just end early, right? And you get like one ending, and then you get another ending. But this case, but that last hour when you talk to Elroy after that, right? That's when it starts really picking up of like, oh man, Elroy's such a cool character. Barafin, as much as like, I think design wise, she is really like pretty and cool. She is probably like the least interesting character in this in this chapter, unfortunately. Just because she's like, she instigates it, she starts everything. She's the start of everything, right? Of the whole cycle. Of everything that happened. Her trying to kill Mithril is the whole reason why this crime happened, right? But then, you have like Elroy, and then he has like his like very like, oh gosh, like it's so sad, like I should say that all characters are bangers. All characters are bangers as well, except yeah, I was gonna say maybe not the cabinet secretary, but yeah, I think he acts as like a really like cool like antagonist. Not cool, but he serves as an antagonist that, this game kind of needs one. Other than like the culprit, I'm glad he exists because just for that. Because what, the chief is an antagonist, really? And then, having just I think having as a game that has like an overarching like story, and one that like cares about like, chronologically. I think his existence is good. I think yeah. Even despite the fact that I think Mithril is so like not interesting compared to the other characters. I think she's still fun. She's a bad character just to be not. I was gonna say she's a bad character to be a bad character, but no, that's not true. That's not true at all. She's a bad character because she's trying to take revenge on the Bureau or whatever, right? And and that's reasonable. It's a reasonable thing. I understand that, right? But then you have Elroy is such a good character in my opinion. Doug is okay, but you have to realize that he's just a kid, and he more than a character, he acts as a plot device, right? Doug, because I mean, at first you're like, he's just a kid, but then like you get to the last part and you're like, he's gonna get killed, and like he acts as like a source of conflict for basically the rest of the all of the phenomena division investigation bureau, right? Like all four of them are kind of like thrown, and they're like no, and then Redfin's already knew because she knew she was gonna get killed if he was a Noah. So it's really scary. But honestly, he could also like it's understandable why he does it. He's powerful, and I think what Note said at the end was also really interesting. So yeah, all the characters are cool. All the case was cool. The case is cool. It was like at the start it was like, oh shit, this is how she died. She starved herself. It was very obvious, right? But you know, then there's like twists in it. You know, more than she starved herself. Her body just rejected the food, and then like you know, she starved herself not to get poisoned by the painkillers. You know, and all that is like it's a layered case. I really a layered case. It really is. It's very good. All the characters are bangers. Who? Yeah. So let's see. Was there anything? Yeah, but like at that the start. I will say the start of case is rather slow, mainly because you have to go around and like talk to everybody right at first, and that's you're already like 2 hours in at that point, an hour and a half in when you're doing that, and that's yeah, it's kind of slow. I'll be frank, it's a very slow start, but I think having that is required to have like a really impactful ending, and you know, yo, all the shit just started coming together. Oh my god, the second make a mess was so cool. The first one, it was like, yeah, of course, right? But then the second one happened, the music played, and I was like, oh my god, what's happening? I have no idea what's happening. And it was like, oh, like her body refused that, or no, it wasn't that one. That was the first one. The second one was, oh my god, she didn't exist at all. That's the coolest thing to me. Mithril is such a cool character just for that concept. She didn't exist until Doug was like, I want her to exist, and then she just existed, you know? That is so cool to me. I really like that. So yeah, what else is there? About the case? Nothing else really. The case was really simple. The case in this game was a lot shorter than the other one, right? And to be frank, the logic outside of the main twists are quite simple. I'll be frank about that as well. It's a simple case. Right? Like this caused this very much like, you know, this, you did this, you were this, you lied, But I think there are a lot of like gotchas, you know, like gotcha moments. Like I think I would have spent a long time trying to find what Barafin used her skill on. I think that's something I would have struggled with if I didn't like look at it. So yeah. I think in terms of the cases, these are my thoughts. In terms of the world building and other characters, I think the world building in this case, in case is, excuse me, oh my god, the world building in this case is really effective, because it makes it real, right? You go down, you see the harshness of the bureau at face value, and then you meet the guy who runs the whole thing, and he's like the most like not detestable, but he has like, you know, he does things where it's like, oh, the staffers, they're only for our own use, and it's like, it's very ass, especially as we are only friends with staffers, right? So I'm just like, oh, I don't like you, but I understand you're like, he makes sense. The guy, he makes sense. You know, and then should we talk about the characters? I think this case showcases the detectives the best.
So far, at least, right? We still have one more chapter. So far. This case characterizes it characterizes everybody. The person who gets the least amount of screen time out of the 4 is Brian, but Brian got his chapter last time, so it's kind of, so I guess you could forgive it, right? But that isn't necessarily true, right? You like, because there's the moment where he was like, I became a detective in order for people to trust me or something like that, right? And now that, like, you learned that last chapter. That's just a reminder, right? But then, like, Thena, she had the whole moment with Barafin, and then she's like, I wasn't useless at all, or something like that. And I'm like, it's really nice. And then that same conversation with Brian, where he was like, I became a detective for people to trust me, and then she was like, I just wanted to be useful, right? And I like that. I like that for both of them. They have like an equal contribution to the chapter. If not, Thena just has a bit more, right? But then this chapter mainly characterizes Redfins, right? Redfins and Note, actually. Note is up there too. But right below him. Note is constantly struggling with the idea of, you know, staffers are treated, how the staffers are treated, especially in the underground, and like, you know, how he's still getting used to his life in London, you know, and they keep playing with this idea of like truth, and like using, like, looking over the truth in order to like this. They keep playing with this idea that like the truth is the only thing that matters, but both Redfins and Note struggle with that. They both do. I think that's what's blatantly clear in this chapter. Note might be blunt, but I think he's still morally sound, especially compared to like Athena. Let's be fair. But Redfins was always like a wild card. Like you never know what she was thinking. And then like, you know, she did the whole thing where she kept trying to deny Note and his logic. And then it was like, well, what are you doing? And then you find out she lies, and is like, what? And then she looks at you and she's like, I lied. I did it. I fucking did it. Right? I fucking did lie. What are you gonna do about it, pussy? Like, no, but she didn't say that, obviously, but she was like, I'm sorry. And then you're like, why did she lie? There's no reason for her to lie. I thought she only cared about the truth. This is where her like kind of facade kind of fades. And like, this is when like Redfin starts to become like a much more, not relatable, but a much more like deep character, you know? Like we're finally learning stuff about her. And, you know, we're learning how flawed of a person she is. And then to add on top of that, right? The scene on the roof with Note and Redfins, right? Truly, truly amazing. They kissed, apparently. I don't know what happened. They kissed. I didn't think that was, I didn't remember that at all, but apparently they do. I couldn't just leave it at that, said Note, and then he grabs her hand, but then he pulls her in for a little smooch. And, oh, I don't know if that's real. I mean, go for it. I don't care. I don't care. I think they deserve to be happy, honestly. I didn't think we were pairing off the detective bureau, you know. I do find Redfin's like sort of like, I do find her her feelings towards like Note and like the whole like I want the only person in the world to know about me to be you, right? I do find that a bit unreasonable, but I think that's my own feelings more than like anything else. Like I do find it just a bit like, not rushed. I don't want to say rushed, but illogical to me. But you know, I think everything that comes to stuff like that is illogical to me. So I'm just gonna like look over it, slowly look over it. But yeah, I think that whole scene was great. I really do. I like the CG too. The CG was really nice. I think what Note said at the end, and like, you know, the both of them
kind of opening up to each other is really, really thematic. And I think it's really thematic for what's going to happen next case. So, how do I summarize all that down? So far, Dina and Brian make contributions and have characterizing moments, but Redfins and note OTP. No, well, why I started getting the sniffles all of a sudden. And I really like the themes becoming clearer. Because let's be fair, usually stuff like that, like the whole metaphor stuff, like the thing with the fog and stuff, I'm like, it usually goes over my head. But if I'm able to like understand it, right, like I like understand what they mean and what they say, I'm like, yo, this is bomb as fuck. This is really good. So yeah, these are my thoughts on this case. I really like this case. Honestly, I don't know if it's above or below Wizard's Room. I do like Wizard's Room, but it's probably above Wizard's Room, if I'm being honest. I think the feelings I had for the last part of the case, for the actual case, was better than Wizard's Room. And I think equally, I think the characters both in this one and Brian, Redfins in this case, Redfins and Note in this case, and Brian from last case are really good. So I think this case takes it up a notch for me. And we'll finalize that tier list next week when we play the final case and probably the rest of the the side stories too, because there are side stories in this game. I think we'll see them next time, right? So, let me just turn this off. You've been listening to that you've been listening to that, my whole explanation. You don't deserve it anymore. But yes, that'll be it for me today. Oh man, how fun! Is today's stream shorter than last week's stream? I'm kind of surprised how short this case was. Maybe that should be a flaw. This game was really short. Maybe it's because it was easy. It's kind of easy compared to the last case, but I hope you understand. So, thank you everybody for watching. I am going to end the stream though. So, thank you, peeps. So today's Thursday. We played Stafford case. We'll play more Stafford case next week. The next stream will be on Saturday. What am I doing on Saturday? I have no idea. Actually, I have no idea. I was planning on playing more Fields of Mystery, but I realized that my relationship with Juniper can't go any further, so I really don't want to play it. No, it's not like that. The rest of the hard events for the characters haven't been released yet, so I can't get closer to Juniper. And while I do say I don't want to play it anymore, my interest in playing Fields of Mystery has dropped to a certain extent because of it. So when they update, I'll play more, but not right now. I do have a plan though. I have something that I want to do, so maybe we'll do that. I won't say. You're just gonna have to find out. So, but yeah, that'll be Saturday, and then the stream after that will be Tuesday, and then I'll do Kingdom Hearts again. And I think we're gonna finish Terra's story on that on Kingdom Hearts next Tuesday. So that'll be good. And then we'll be back at Stafford Case next Thursday. So that's the general schedule. Do I have anything else to say? Not really. If you enjoy, if you like, subscribe, you know. Do I want to start saying that? Not really, but you know, it's just one of those things I'll just keep saying. But whatever, you know, I don't care.
Or do I? Or do I care? But yeah, I'm ready to head off for today. So thank you everybody for watching. Remember, next stream on Saturday if you want to watch it. I am going to get out of here though. So thank you everybody for watching. Loud music in 3, 2, 1. Bye bye everyone. Ah, ah, ah.